Hello. Good morning. Well, we're about to get underway with our round of 32 Vanderbilt action, and hopefully I will remember all the things that I need to do to make sure that I don't have any technical difficulties, but I think we're all set. So as usual, since I will be doing kind of like the official BBO broadcast, I have a little thing to right here that if you want to ask me a question in either YouTube or Twitch chat, feel free to @ me, send a message. I can't promise that I will get to it, but if it does seem like a useful question to discuss to the larger audience, then I will definitely make a mention of it. I will try and remember to put up polls, or not polls, gambas for everyone, at least in Twitch. I don't think they have them on YouTube, where you can wager all of your hard-earned channel points to guess who is going to win the set. Just the 15, I don't know how many boards are being played. This is not from one of the matches today. This is from one of these French leagues I was looking at to just get set up. But yeah, we'll be guessing on who is going to be winning each segment. So if you want to vote on that, you can. I will try and put those up at the start of each set, if I remember. If not, maybe someone can remind me, or maybe a mod can put a thing up in chat. I actually don't know how mods can do it, but hopefully they can figure it out. Yeah, and I guess that's about all of the pre-announcements, so hopefully we will be getting underway shortly. I don't know if I have a co-host today, so it might just be me, but I do know that Craig will be home tomorrow. He did get knocked out. They played a close match against Amoyles, who I guess is... Oh, there they are. Perfect. Look at the bottom of the screen. Amoyles is the 8th seed, it looks like. So they had a chance to beat Amoyles and play in, and they would have assumed the 8th seed, but they were not able to pull it off. I think they lost by about 30, which... I'll call it a close match. I mean, it's not like a blowout by 150 or something like that. But Craig will be joining me for the remainder of the week. As far as I know, I'm not sure if he has like plans or has work things that he needs to take care of, but he said that he was going to be home tomorrow for the round of 16. But today, round of 32, we'll see. I mean, maybe Larry will join me. I know that Danny Sprung, I guess one of the other pretty popular video commentators, ended up playing in this event. I think he also got knocked out yesterday. I don't exactly remember what his team was, but when I was looking through the signups, I noticed that he was on there. So... don't know if that means that he might join at some point, or if he's going to be playing in other events. But yeah, and I guess for people who are unaware, since I know my channel's grown a little bit, and there has been some back and forth in the community about my commentary style. Some people like it, some people hate it. You can't please everyone. So I'm just going to stick to being me, at least on my channel. But for the official BBO broadcast, there's going to be a lot less calling people clowns and a lot more just talking about a lot of the positive things that I see. Obviously, because it's like a little bit of a stronger event, there's probably less reason for me to bring up some mistakes that players are making. I mean, I might do it from time to time if there's like a clear and serious error, but for the most part, we're just going to be kind of heaping positivity on the players in the event, as that's what's more attractive to a larger audience. So, hey Rusty, good morning to you as well. So it's 10 a.m., which means we should see the tables getting set up soon. I think our options. So I ended up voting in this poll that Jan had posted over on Bridge Winners the other day. And I'm going to bring up this graphic and then we will never speak of it again. There are a lot of bars here, but the number one vote was for Hans versus Milne. There's Finn Klesnik on the Milne team, who I guess is a popular player. I don't know most of the other players on that team. It looks like it's been cut off a little bit, so I'm not sure. Maybe there's a third pair. But Hans Hung and Edgston Wibley I know will be hometown favorites, at least to the stream. So that's going to be one match, I assume. Also, Zimmerman has been voted in. They're playing up against Owen Lean's team, which could be a fun match, although I do expect Zimmerman to kind of dominate. And I think the third match looks like it's going to be Rosenthal against someone. I can't tell who that Team 29 is. But those are our options today. If you have a preference in chat, you can let me know. I think I probably was planning to... Oh, was that Rosenthal against McAllister? Ah, okay. I see. Well, we could watch them if everyone really wants to. I was thinking of checking out the Hans Milne match, which I think is going to be fairly close. I think I also voted for that one myself. Personally, I didn't want to see Zimmerman blow out a team in the round of 32. I mean, everyone likes watching them play. They're really good. So in terms of seeing some high-level bridge, that would be nice. But I tried to vote for a few matches that I wanted to see that were that I thought might be closer in skill level. Rosenberg Platnick is the third pair on Milne. Ooh, okay. UIJ Allen votes Rosenthal McAllister. Okay. I will keep that in mind. I'm not certain that that's how the VU graph is going to be set up. Those numbers could be inflated somewhat as people are still voting today, and Jan may have already picked out the matches earlier, but we'll see when we get a couple of tables, because I think I'm going to have kind of a free choice of which match to do some commentary for. I made a big post on Bridge Winners trying to advertise and get a bunch of other streamers. Oh, that's a thing that I kind of want to remember to take a look at. If anyone remembers, in the middle of play, 30 minutes from now or something, if you could just check the Bridge page on Twitch and see if there are other people streaming this event, I would like to add them to the list of other live streams that people can follow and take a look at, especially if there are other languages. I know that there's often a French stream, there's often a Polish stream. I guess I imagine the French stream might be covering the French senior trials that are also going on at the same time as this, which is a little bit sad that some of these very strong French partnerships had to choose whether to play in the NABC or their own country's senior trials. Six Hearts doubled down too. Wow, we don't have hand records for any of these. Well, usually the first day, or first match of the day, I should say, often does have a bit of slowness getting started, which could be why VU graph is not up yet for the Vanderbilt. Just gonna refresh to take a look. Now the scoreboard, this inverted camera stuff is hard. The scoreboard over here that you'll see, and if I turn my webcam off, which I'm gonna be doing because I will be popping up kind of in the middle of the screen, the video for the thing. They have their own little box for it when we get into the VU graph tables. I will try and update that as much as possible. I'm doing it by hand I don't think that there... Ooh, well, there's Hans Milne. I guess that was the most popular voted for match. Let's stick around and see about Rosenthal McAllister. I guess I was hoping over the course of the day to stick to one match, and I kind of think Rosenthal McAllister is going to be a blowout for Rosenthal. So that's why I was a bit less interested in checking out that one originally, but wow, Leibowitz Dyson. I don't even think that was one of the ones that I had mentioned earlier. So yeah, it looks like they don't have exactly the same tables open. Third one is Rosenthal McAllister. All right. I mean, these are a lot of fun players to watch. Like, I always love watching Dennis Bilda, Augustin Medalla. They're a super fun partnership. Let's pick a table. So we don't have names. I was going to wait for names. Does anyone know what Cool Beans and whoever his partner is are playing? He's playing with Steve, right? Steve Rain, I think. Do you know if they're playing like 2-over-1 or something else fancy? I have no idea, but I imagine they're probably just playing a bunch of standard stuff. I mean, it would be helpful to watch a team that is playing mostly standard stuff. That way I will be able to actually talk about the auctions. I don't know which room to go into. Let's try this one. Denmark wants Dennis. I also kind of want Dennis, but let's... I think the chat really wants this match. So we'll start here. Maybe we'll move to another match over the course of the day. But anyway, goodbye Twitch chat. I will be joining the live broadcast now, and I will be back with you at the end of the round. Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone's excited. We're here 10 a.m. bright and early, well, on 30-minute delay and a little bit more. Just waiting for the first round to get started. As we get player names in, I will fill you in on who is playing for which team. We have an exciting matchup in the round of 32 Vanderbilt from Louisville, Kentucky. I will be hosting this table today, at the very least, and I will be doing some commentary all day throughout. Don't know if I'm going to be joined by any co-casters. I'd love to have some company, but hopefully not too many companies. I know that these rooms can get a little bit overloaded. But on the very first board of the match, I guess let's jump right into the bridge. Hopefully the names will get loaded in as the VuGraph operator finishes getting set up over there. Rosenthal, the big favorite in this match. I think they are the 4 seed or maybe the 5 seed coming into it. So McAllister might have a little bit of an uphill battle, especially as McAllister is a team that is playing four-handed, and that can be a little bit draining on some of the players if you're playing these long matches day after day. Both of these teams did qualify in their, I think, head-to-head matches that they ended up playing yesterday. There were 60 teams that entered the event, and we've cut down to 32 for today's games. North having ended up in a no trump. I'm just going to quickly get my bearings. You know, that Jack of Spades lead from East didn't seem to do a lot of wonders for the defense. Told Declara that they had just 4 spade tricks off the top. So with those 4 spades, the Ace King of Hearts, Declare tried to sneak that Queen of Clubs through. East was a little bit too sharp, flew up with the Ace, and as the defense has now cashed out 4 rounds of diamonds, it looks like the defenders will be able to come to a harder club trick at the end of play. East might need to be a little bit careful depending on how Declare discards. They'll need to either hang on to that Jack-10 of hearts or maybe the Jack of clubs if it's safe to do so, but should be 7 tricks. So relatively tame board to start out the set, but we do have 4 quarters of 15 boards each, 60 boards in total that we're going to be playing throughout the day. And I'm sure the action will heat up over the course of the day. I'm familiar with several of the players on both of these teams. The Rosenthal team, of course, has Geir Helgemo from Norway, who I guess most recently in the Bermuda Bowl last year ended up finishing second with the Norwegian team. So very strong player. He's playing with Chris Lincoln from the United States. And then for the McAllister team, Matthew Brown ended up representing New Zealand in the most recent Bermuda Bowl, and has since actually changed nationalities a little bit. I believe he now resides in England with his family, but he's also quite a talented player who has played in a lot of these top-level national events. He's playing with John McAllister, the team captain, and the other partnership on that team is... I'm not exactly sure their last names. There's Steve Rain and I think Matt... Get back to me on that one. I will I will figure out their names by the end of the match. But hopefully we'll get nameplates for the players as this hand wraps up. East did well to hold on to that Jack-10 third of hearts, pitching the Jack of clubs, allowing West to be the one with the sole club guard on the hand, and so Declare does end up with their 7 tricks. And we have a push board to start out the day. Other table also bid and made a no trump on the north cards. I do see we have nameplates. So Aaron Silverstein sitting south, playing with Andrew Rosenthal in the north. We have John McAllister in the east, playing with Matthew Brown sitting west. The players are playing behind screens today. I got a little bit of update from some of the players about some of the tournament conditions. I've been told that the room's a little packed and that sound carries. I'm not sure if they're playing the same boards, but that could be a little bit of a concern if all the boards are being duplicated. I don't think the ACBL tends to duplicate at the round of 32, but as we get further into the event, round of 16, round of 8, we probably will see duplicated boards, so players will have to be a little bit careful in some of these smaller rooms where the sound can carry from one table to the next to keep their voices down. On to the second board. So I believe both the East-West and North-South partnerships are playing some form of fairly standard 2/1 style bridge, which means we'll get a lot of natural auctions. We don't need Al Hollander in here to tell us what every single bid means, although I'm sure that that would be helpful if he did end up showing up. So a spade by East, 2 spades by West, depending on your opening bid style, and I do know that McAllister specifically likes to be a little bit more aggressive than other players might be familiar with. So here he has an 11 count. I think everyone in the world would open his hand 1 spade, but Matt Brown, despite having 10, with shortness, a good 5-card suit, and 3 good trumps for his partner over there, and king third, decides that his hand is not worth a 3-card limit raise, bids only 2 spades. After the 3-club interference, East bids 3 spades to show an extra trump. This is not a game try, because East had 3 diamonds or 3 hearts available as kind of either natural or some sort of artificial game try on his hand, but West deciding that he was just complete maximum maybe hoping that his partner had a singleton club, given that he had 3 of them on this auction, and also with the roughing value in diamonds, figures that game might have some chances. Three rounds of clubs is going to put Declare to a little bit of a guess, or a test, I should say. It looks like he should be able to make the contract after 3 rounds of clubs, but it's the line of play moving forward is not that obvious. He would need to ruff with a high trump, eventually hook south for the jack of spades using the 10-9 in his own hand, as well as ruff a diamond in West Sand. There's a lot of work to do for Declare. But the first hurdle, of course, would be to ruff with a high trump, and that's not at all automatic. Wow. North doesn't even continue with a 3rd club. He just switches to diamonds. That is going to make Declare's life a lot easier. Because now with the King of Hearts on side, and Declare not having been forced to ruff with a high spade, he just gets to pull trumps and try the heart finesse. So McAllister here probably going to be a little bit careful. That jack of diamonds switch could have been a singleton. So maybe what he wants to do is cash a couple of high spades first before touching the diamond suit, on the off chance that if spades are 2-2, he doesn't need to worry about North over roughing the 3rd round of diamonds. But that's definitely the concern that he's thinking about right now, which is why he's paused and not just roughing the 5 of diamonds, playing king, ace, queen of spades, pulling trumps, and taking the heart finesse. I think he probably will cash a couple of spades before roughing the diamond. The one thing he needs to be careful of is that if he were to cash 2 spades, ending in his hand, an East's hand, and North shows out, then he can't afford to ruff the diamond immediately because he'll have no way back to his hand to take the heart finesse. So he would have to take the heart finesse at that point, and then it could be a little bit dangerous getting back to his hand once he does ruff a diamond. So maybe something he's thinking about doing right now is just taking the heart finesse immediately. He should know from the auction that as North is a pass... Oh, North is not a passed hand. I'm sorry. This is board 2. Since I came in the middle of board 1, completely forgot that board had already happened. But I was going to say, if North happened to have ace, king, queen of clubs, and king of hearts, their hand would definitely be worth an opening bid. Declare does know he needs the heart finesse, though, so it's not unreasonable to play heart to the queen immediately. Take the finesse. You know you're going to need it. If it doesn't work, so be it. Maybe you end up down an extra trick, but at imps, it's not a big deal. Whereas you gain a little bit of tempo in taking the heart finesse now and then pulling 2 trumps, because then you can ruff a 3rd heart back to hand after roughing a diamond. Anyway, McAllister's thinking through all of this. I feel pretty confident he'll come up with a winning plan to make the contract, because it looks like almost everything is going to work. And yeah, he does go after the heart finesse immediately. I really like this play, and now I think we'll see a spade to the or king of spades and a spade to the ace. Oh. Okay. He cashes the heart ace. Now, things are going to get a little bit dicey if he tries to ruff a heart immediately. If the heart suit was 3-3, he would just be able to claim. He would ruff, he could lay down the spade ace, and then as long as spades didn't split 4-0, he could pull trumps ending in West's hand and use the hearts to pitch his diamond loser. That doesn't seem as strong of a plan as trying to ruff the diamond in West's hand. Ooh, North doesn't pitch the 10 of diamonds. Okay, I was going to say if McAllister plays his third heart, North can pitch that 10 of diamonds and present a real problem for Declarer. But now I think Declarer actually has 100% line of play, if he has been counting out the hand. And McAllister's pretty good at pausing, taking his time, and counting out the hand. I think he's been doing that throughout the play, which is the reason why we've seen, numerous pauses on multiple tricks here. After that heart to the queen one, he was taking stock, ace of hearts cashed, he was just making sure he has a count. Because North has been marked with 7 clubs, 2 clubs cashed, and South showed out. North is now marked with a doubleton heart. So if North had 2 spades, he would have exactly 2 diamonds. Yes, 2-2-2-7 shape. So McAllister now can play a spade to the king, a spade to the ace, and if North shows out on the second spade, then it's always going to be safe to ruff the 4th heart back to hand to pull trumps because South is following. So now ruffing a diamond is completely safe. He'll ruff a heart back to hand, making sure not to touch that jack of clubs and dummy, otherwise South would get a promotion. And so 4 spades been made. I feel like the reason we don't have a score from the other room yet is that they're also in 4 spades, and that is a very complicated contract to end up declaring, especially on 3 rounds of clubs. In this room, though, East wasn't necessarily put to the toughest test, as North decided to switch to diamonds after cashing a couple of clubs. So 420 feels like a really nice result for McAllister. They're going to need some of those against a team as strong as Rosenthal as the day goes on. For everyone's information, just in case you haven't done so yourself, we do have names in the other room. So it is Steve Rain and Matt Weingarten is the partnership for McAllister, sitting north-south over there. And then Chris Wilenkin playing with Geir Helgemo, sitting east-west for Rosenthal. And with Helgemo sitting east, we might be witnessing kind of a very fun hand of Declarer play over there, if he does bring home 4 spades after 3 rounds of clubs. So that'll be one to keep an eye on. But I will keep everyone apprised of the scores as they trickle in. Here in this room, though, we are on to the 3rd board. And South has kind of a nice hand, 13 count despite the singleton king. 5-5 in the minors, opens a diamond. North bids a spade. East, looking at the vulnerability, and especially after the 1 spade bid from North, decides that partner couldn't bid over diamond. Yes, we have this nice 6-card heart suit, and of course he would have preempted 2 hearts in first seat, but he's not going to bid in between 2 competing opponents. So South has been able to get in both of his minor suits relatively cheaply. North makes a raise from 2 clubs to 3 clubs. He does have nice club support as well as a fitting diamond honor. He's a little bit light for this action with 8 high card points. Obviously, if North knew that his partner had, effectively a 10 count over here with that singleton king of spades being useless, North probably wouldn't have taken another call. But just in case South was a little bit shy of a jump shift, he wanted to keep the auction alive and didn't feel like a false preference to 2 diamonds, given his 2-length disparity between the club and diamond suits was what he wanted to do. there's a little bit of work to do in this contract. I mean, everything is offside. The ace of hearts is offside, the king of clubs is offside, trumps don't split. But Declarer does have a lot of very good club spots in his hand. That 9-8 of clubs, I think, are going to come into play here. Because if Declarer just elects to play for 4-2 diamonds and ends up roughing 2 diamonds in North's hand with the jack and 10 of clubs, he won't need to worry about any finesses working. He won't try the club finesse. He doesn't need to sneak a spade trick through East in case East doesn't fly ace on the first round. He won't need to worry about trying to guess if diamonds are 3-3 or 4-2 when the jack pops up on the second round of the suit. So as long as he's able to create enough hand entries to take 2 diamond roughs in North's hand, he'll end up okay. A trump switch from East here might put a little bit of a damper on that plan, though, as West will then be able to pull 3 rounds of trumps, getting in with the spade ace at a later point in play. It seems pretty natural for East to cash a second heart. I'm a little surprised that he hasn't yet, but he's just thinking through the entirety of the hand, which is completely reasonable. He switches to spades. So the 6 of spades, notably, I think East-West are playing mostly a sort of standard American type card, well, a 2/1 card, but what I would call standard in the United States, where the 6 of spades switch is an attitude switch, kind of denying any sort of useful honor in the suit. That doesn't really help West in this circumstance. Because West might be worried that he needs to play Queen of Spades spade to give his partner a ruff, if that 6 of spades really happened to be from 6 Doubleton. But no, West works it out, continues a heart to his partner's jack. Although at this point, the plan for Declarer is pretty clear, and this Queen of Hearts is just going to make things a little bit easier on him. Being able to take the rough sluff, pitching a diamond from his hand. And Silverstein does not waste any more time. King of diamonds, diamond to the ace. We will see the kind of high cross ruff, if you can call it that. Diamond ruff with the jack of clubs, spade ruffed, diamond ruff with the 10 of clubs. And then he will eventually lose a trick to the club king. So plus 110. Well, we had a very similar auction in the other room on board 2. McAllister strikes first blood in the match. They pick up 6 imps, having bid a little bit more aggressively to the non-vulnerable game in the room that we were watching. Same auction up to the 3 spade bid, but then Wilenkin, kind of respecting his original 2 spade call, decided to pass when partner wasn't good enough to make a game try. After 2 rounds of clubs, there was again a switch to the jack of diamonds. I think both Norths were actually concerned about that heart suit and wanted to get their diamond tricks in rather than try and promote a trump trick. Helgamo did manage to make 10 tricks as well after that start, but having not bid the game, it cost them dearly in imps. So we're on to board 4. It's not often that you get to say Helgamo's table is falling behind in pace of play. He tends to be a fairly quick player. So maybe he'll catch up over the course of the match. West getting to open to no trump here. I do not know their range, but I think most players would upgrade this West hand with a good 5-card suit into a 15 to 17 range. No wasted honors either. Queen Jack, third of diamonds is quite a nice holding. East transfers to spades. South has the best hand of the table. 16 count. I mean, 4-3-3, of course. So not that ideal, but has no real way to enter this auction. Normally when the opponent's open to no trump, you don't have a good way of entering the auction if you are balanced. Unless you have a penalty double available, but South does not. So East has decided to be pretty aggressive. And I don't know how severely he's going to end up getting punished on this hand. But he might. South can double this. But he does not. South obviously doesn't know where these spade honors are. If he was convinced that East had the King Jack of spades, then he probably would double this contract. But East gets away with it. A little bit of an aggressive choice to game force on the 6-5. I mean, if you don't, what's the alternative? I guess you could transfer spades and drop partner there. Maybe that would be the match point decision. But in the team context, that's a little bit harder to justify. Queen of Hearts lead will allow Declare to pitch a diamond loser on the Ace-King of Hearts. Even if things were distributed a little bit more favorably for Declare, he would still have a lot of work to do with this hard opening lead. So he can't be happy to have ended up in 4 spades with these two hands facing each other. But he'll try his best. We do have Rosenthal striking back on the third board of the set. So here North-South were able to quietly stop in 3 clubs. In the other room, Helgamo as East did stick in a 2-heart overcall, unfavorable, on that hand with just 8 high card points. That forced North-South to a little bit of an uncomfortably high level as East-West ended up competing to the 3 level. North-South had to decide if they were selling out or if they were going to push on to 4 clubs. They pushed on. They ended up down an extra trick. So 5 big imps. Match isn't quite tied. There's still 1 imp in the favor of McAllister, but they're going to need a lot more than that to be able to end up winning this one. So Declare tries a spade to the jack, which loses to South's queen. Silverstein getting out with probably the only card he feels safe to exit, one of these high diamonds. It's also going to help his partner a little bit, place some of the missing honors. So Declare tries a club to the ace, club back to the jack and queen. South will win. And probably try a 3rd club now. There's no harm. South already knows the contract's going down. Okay, he just exits a heart, which I guess also is effectively doing something similar. I guess South is hopeful that Declare tries another spade, hoping that his ace drops or something like that. Pretty unlikely to work out. So it does look like North is going to end up scoring that 9 of spades via club ruff. Matt Brown is, at this point, kind of resolved to the fact that he's going to be short a couple tricks. I guess it actually looks like he might end up down 3. He has to find a pitch from his hand. He pitches a heart as North roughs in. But now as this diamond comes through, if South ever scores the diamond ace, he'll still have 2 trump tricks to cash. And if East roughs this and leads a club, the South can rough, pull trumps, and end up eventually scoring the Jack of Hearts as a trick. So currently 1 down with the ace of spades still to come. But Matt Brown does correctly pick the end position here. He doesn't he doesn't play a spade up to the king, hoping to get lucky and find the ace of spades on or spades splitting. Then South actually would have cashed out for down 4. So as he roughs this heart with a trump, South gets to overrough, but eventually he does score 1 more trick. Minus 300. I mean, that was a bit of a scary spot to have ended up in. If South had decided to double, this could have been a huge swing going their direction. We'll see what happens in the other room. I mean, I do expect Rosenthal probably picks up some imps on that hand, but could go the other way. You know, if Helgamo also decides to game force the hand, and South in the other room thinks that now's a good time to try a double and go after them, McAllister could be the one to pick up some imps. We will keep an eye out. South has a pretty big hand over here. 21, or 24 actually. I missed a king in my counting. So they have a 2 club opener in standard to show this type of hand. North will bid 2 diamonds, just waiting. And South bids 2 no, which I imagine is 22 to 24 systemically. If South wanted to upgrade the hand, he could have decided to go through Kokesh, bidding 2 hearts first. So North has 7, and opposite 24 you don't really expect to make a game. I was going to say that I think a very high-level bid from North would be to bypass the major suit. Obviously, he could have bid 3 clubs, Stamen, to look for a 4-4 heart fit, but with so many extra high cards, at minimum they have 29 highs, 3 no trump tends to be pretty safe, unless you're missing a stopper in some suit, which I guess is possible. You know, maybe East-West have the ace, king, queen of diamonds from North's perspective, but most likely that's not what's happening. And instead, a bad trump split could doom a 4-4 major fit. So I like North's decision to just stick the hand in no trump. Spade lead to the king. This hand's going to be all about over tricks. Declare tries a club to the 10 as one way to go about trying to pick up the club suit. That loses to the queen. McAllister might be thinking about trying to put a low heart on the table. If West has king doubleton or king third of hearts, they can cash 4 more hearts immediately. And that feels like his only real chance to beat the contract. And it's possible that West has that card, because South might have, instead of the king of hearts, the jack of spades, giving him 22 highs. That would all be very consistent with the bidding. So I think a low heart from East is kind of called for here. It's not going to work out, and it might actually result in Declare scoring an extra trick, although it does look like in the end position Declare would have been able to take heart finesse himself after cashing all of his side winners. And still, McAllister just kind of thinking through the possibilities. I mean, this club to the 10 makes it, I think, pretty clear that Declare has some strong clubs over there. you know from the spade lead that continuing spades is kind of hopeless, with West having at most one high card of some kind. You know, at border match or match points, this might be a more challenging problem that East could face, where a low heart switch could end up blowing a 12th trick in some scenarios. But from an imp perspective, I think that switching to a low heart is probably the best way to try and beat the contract. I mean, you can work out a very simple example where West has king doubleton of hearts or king third of hearts, and you can just take 4 tricks immediately. McAllister switches to the heart ace, maybe hoping for a little bit of a cheeky singleton king from South, which was well within his wheelhouse for the 2-no opener, or 2 clubs followed by 2-no rebid. But not today. So it looks like we're about to see a claim. 660. Board 4, we do see the same exact result in both rooms, in fact. 4 spades undoubled, down 3. So push board over there. I do expect board 5 to also be pretty flat. So these teams have actually demonstrated that they are competitive with each other, at least for the time being. You know, we're only a few boards into the match. Maybe by the end of the quarter, one of them will have a huge lead over the other, but for now, this has been a pretty exciting match to follow, even if the boards haven't provided that for us. At least we do have 2 strong teams going head-to-head, showing us some top-level bridge. 3 passes go around to North, who opens a no-trump 15-17 in 4th seat. South has a 9 count. It's not a very good 9 count. Queens are notoriously overrated as cards. So we'll have to see if South decides to invite, simply transfer to spades and sign off, or potentially game force if he feels like at teams his hand is worthy of trying for a little bit of a thin game. I think due to the vulnerability, South is probably just going to invite, transfer to spades, and bid 2-no. One of the things that queens do is they kind of fill in otherwise broken suits and no-trump contracts. And so that's what South has decided to go with. He transfers to spades and bids 2-no as an invite. I don't know what North should be doing over there. North does only have 15, which is a minimum in terms of high cards, but he has a doubleton, so a little bit of a roughing value. He has great spots. I mean, the 10 of clubs even might be a useful spot card. And he has excellent trump support, ace, queen, jack, third. This might be a hand where you actually do just bid 4 spades despite your minimum values. But no, he decides to kind of take the low road, bid 3 spades. It is a non-vulnerable game. Can't really fault people for missing those. Looking at you, Helgamo, on that second board. I guess it was more Willenkin's fault, right? Matt Brown over in this room did find the thin raise to 4 spades. Not vulnerable. Picking up 6 imps. So North-South having ended in 3 spades, East gets off to the best lead for the defense of a club, picking up the first 2 tricks in that suit. And I don't think Declare is going to have much trouble making 10 tricks here with the Diamond King on side. He even has the 9 of diamonds as kind of a useful card to protect against 4-1 splits. So despite the 4-1 trump split, there's not much the defense can do. There's no way to tap the 5-card trump hand. I guess 3 rounds of clubs might pose a little bit of difficulty for Declare, with the trumps being 4-1. But we'll see if West feels up to that defense. I mean, West may well just switch to trumps or switch to hearts here. And he does go with the heart switch, kind of reasonably so. East wins the ace. Probably going to look to give his partner a heart ruff, which does not hold. And so after spade to the ace, we might just see a claim. Declare will just state that he can pull 4 rounds of trumps and then try the diamond finesse, and he'll just ask the opponents where the king of diamonds is. So that might be what's happening. Nope. Declare does decide to go through the motions, pull all of the trumps before stating his claim, I suppose. I was told by some of the players from yesterday's event that the directors were not being all that strict about enforcing time penalties. So not as much of a issue to play super quickly if the directors are not going to be enforcing these penalties. Well, McAllister does pick up some imps on this board. We see the result in the other room coming through. 4 spades, bid and made. South elected to just game force the hand, so North's decision was already made for him by the time the auction came back at the 3rd round. But that is going to earn them another 6 imps. So McAllister doing quite well in these non-vulnerable games. They've picked up 2 of them over the course of the set so far. Maybe that was a pre-arranged team decision, that rather than bidding vulnerable games, they're going to bid all of the non-vulnerable ones. I'm joking, of course, but that is how the match has started to shape out. So we're 6 boards in. We got 9 more to play in this set. South does have another strong no-trump opener. And this time, I don't think North-South are going to be missing game. Depending on their system, North might be able to conceal information about opener's hand if they have some sort of fancy puppet available where North would still be able to show 4-4 in the majors. But for most players, with a game force and 4-4 in the majors, they have to start with 2 clubs. So that's what North does here. 2 diamonds by South, denying a 4-card major, and now North can just bid 3 now. West on lead is going to have to decide... Well, it's going to be some suit other than hearts. I know that for a fact. I think that we could probably even post a poll and hear a bunch of people bickering about whether a club lead or a diamond lead was better on this hand. I do think that a spade lead is somewhat reasonable as well, with clubs and diamonds being somewhat unattractive choices, given that you're not going to be able to cash the first 5 tricks. And so Matt Brown does decide on the spade lead. So Declare with the heart ace on side has, ooh, McAllister sticking in the jack at trick 1. I will mention it is illegal in the ACBL to open a no trump with a small singleton in a suit. So McAllister should have been able to read, I think. I'm not certain. The play is going a little bit fast for me to stick on this point too long, but I think he should have been able to read that his partner was leading from shortness and should not have covered that 10 of spades in dummy. But with the jack of spades popping up, the ace of hearts on side, Declare has been able to score 2 hearts, 4 spades, 2 diamonds, and a club, so he has no trouble taking 9 tricks. And I don't think there was ever realistically going to be a problem, because even on the defense's arguably best lead of a club, Declare's clubs actually hold up for 2 stoppers with the 8 of clubs on side. So I suspect the other table will also be able to manage their 9 tricks on this one. Lots of options for that 9th trick, even if the defense doesn't give you a second club. You could play a diamond to the 10, for example, which might be something Declare could do. It looks like he's just cashing out here for his 9 tricks, which he's going to be pretty happy with. And the other table has caught up in pace of play, at least a little bit. So we should be seeing comparisons pretty quickly after we finish the board in this room. Almost halfway through the set. Finished 7 boards out of the 15. And then players will have a little bit of a short break to compare, maybe switch up the partnerships that are playing, since Rosenthal is 6-handed, but McAllister is only 4-handed. And then we will be right back into the action for the second quarter of play. West picking up a nice hand here with 6-4 in the majors, gets to open a heart in first seat. I imagine North will find a 1 spade overcall. I believe there are players who wouldn't come in with the North hand, but the singleton heart, I think, makes it, just kind of pushes it barely over the edge, where you probably want to be betting now rather than later. So he makes a limit raise in hearts with 2 spades, the cubid. The South going to be happy to be out of this auction with the singleton spade. And yeah, West had a little bit of a decision to make over the 2 spade limit raise. Okay, I was wondering. The 3 heart bid felt a little conservative, especially given the team strategy. Remember, we're bidding all of the non-vulnerable games for McAllister. So 4 hearts feels kind of on par with that judgment. Declare has a club loser, a heart loser, and is going to have to find a way to manage the spade suit. It looks like Declare has plenty of time to hook North for both the king and jack of spades, picking up the spades for just 1 loser. But we'll see how the defense goes first. It's not the simplest game contract to play in, but I think Matt Brown is going to be a lot happier about this one than the previous 4 spade hand he declared, where everything was offside. Normally, okay, I was wondering if he was going to pop up with the king of clubs. I would say normally players don't lead away from aces against suit contracts. So you can know the club ace is offside, and therefore if you play the king, it always gets covered. I was wondering if Matt Brown was a little bit worried about the queen of clubs holding and spades being 6-0 and North being able to give his partner spade ruff. But he decides to just kind of go quietly, play low at trick 1, hope that North continues the club suit or switches to diamonds or something. So he's using his 1 dummy entry now to try the heart finesse. I think... I mean, that would make a lot of sense. That those 8-7 of clubs do look a little bit juicy now that the 9 of clubs is the only missing high spot. Whoa! Oh my. Well, we have a new leader. So I want to stick with this hand for another minute or so while Declare kind of carefully plays his way through the rest of this hand. This seems like a safe thing to do now that South is marked with the missing trump. We know that North has the Spade King, and so we'll be able to always ruff our 4th round of spades in East hand. But big 12 imps coming through, board 7. Rosenthal takes the lead. 3 no trump did go down on the exact same auction. Will Lincoln also found the 8 of spades opening lead. Helgmo did not end up playing the jack at trick 1. And how did Declare manage to go down on this one? Looks like Declare just did a little bit of misguessing in the other room. So that jack of spades that was played at trick 1 really did end up costing. I thought that Declare was going to actually make his 9 tricks regardless of the opening lead, but it's a lot harder if you don't start with 9 off the top. 4 hearts does come home for Matt Brown. Well done there. His contract was never in any danger once that king of hearts was onside, and the trumps had split at least 3-1. But we're on to board 9. So North has a little bit of a decision to make. I mean, it looks like a normal 2-spade opener to me. Depending on your system, I know that at least for European players, which most of these players are not, well, none of these players are from Europe, some of them play a multi 2-diamond opener, and that could be North's choice. I'm a little surprised by pass. Favorable with almost any 6-card spade suit. I think there's a pretty good reason to put in an opening bid. Well, Silverstein says, I can do one better than you, Pard. You won't open your 6-card major, I'm going to open my 5. Opens 2 hearts in 3rd seat. And with East-West not really having a way to come into the auction, both of them have heart length. West doesn't have a heart stopper, so didn't feel compelled to overcall 2 no trump. 2 hearts has ended the auction. West leads the king of spades and gets the bad news that spades is actually the opponent's source of tricks, not his side's. Now, Declare has a lot of work to do. Does decide to just fire back a spade at trick 2. Which I guess seems like a pretty reasonable thing to do, given that he just has so many diamond losers already. I mean, to come close to making this contract, he's going to need the ace of diamonds on side. So I'm pretty sure if a low diamond hits the table from west, or if that jack of diamonds hits the table, south is going to instantly go up with the king. And for that reason, Matt Brown is spending a little bit of time thinking about how to defend. East-West can always beat the contract here. I mean, at the very least, they could cash 3 more winners in the minors, the ace-king of clubs and ace of diamonds, and then a 3rd round of spades, East could ruff with the heart ace, promoting his partner's jack of hearts. That might be a little bit of a desperation defense, but East-West always have that on the table if they can work it out, and I think Matt Brown probably has a strong suspicion that his partner has the club king. All right, ace of diamonds. We'll see if he leads a low club now. It could be... No, he just goes ace of diamonds, diamond, which makes sense. So the king of diamonds holds. 10 of spades will come through East as he roughs low. And Declare has to decide, am I pitching my losing diamond on this trick? Am I over-roughing with the 9 of hearts? He decides to pitch a loser on a loser, forcing East to find a lead. It seems pretty natural to me as East to switch to ace of hearts and a heart. I know it might not be the best defense against some layouts of the cards, but you have a pretty good count on Declare's hand. You know Declare started with 2 spades. You know they started with 3 diamonds as they pitched 1 on the spade there. And if they started with 6 hearts, they started with 2 clubs. But sometimes South is going to have a 5-card suit. So by switching to trumps, you can prevent a club ruff. But East has just decided to cash their couple of club tricks. Taps Declare with the diamond queen. This might not be the best defense, but East, I think, is just fairly content to have already beaten the contract. He has the ace of hearts to come. It did look like he might have tried a 3rd club, so that when he got in with the heart ace, he could play a 4th club to potentially promote a trump for his partner. But Declare does wind up down 2 on his own right. So minus 100 for north-south. Spades probably would have played a little bit better, with Declare just having 1 trump loser, that is, in the spade suit, and the same ace of hearts to lose. But minus 100 can't be a terrible result. East-West. It doesn't look like East-West are going to be making 3 no trump, but they certainly have the tricks to do so if the defense isn't careful in that contract. So there's a potential for a swing on that one, although I imagine we might see a fairly similar result from the other room. Here, East gets to open a no trump again. I still believe they're playing a 15 to 17 until I've been told otherwise. East does have a hand that is worth upgrading once again with the 14 high card points. And a no trump has passed out. I like North's decision not to balance. There are definitely players out there who would balance over a no trump with that North hand, saying, look, I 5-4 in the majors. It seems like it's a part score deal. What's the worst that can happen? Well, the worst that can happen is something like this, where all of the trump honors in both spades and hearts are sitting badly for your side, and the opponents end up doubling you. You could go for quite a large number. So the diamond opening lead is going to get to work on setting up South's diamond suit, but it will reward Declare with a couple of diamonds. Queen of clubs from East, I think, makes the position pretty clear to South. I mean, for starters, his partner probably would have played the 10 of diamonds if he had it at trick 1. So South should know that East has the diamond 10. And looking at that jack of clubs, South is also going to know that East has the club king for this queen of clubs play. Otherwise, that would just be a very weird card to lead out of your hand, looking at those juicy spade entries to dummy that East could have used. And Declare, I mean, for his part in all of this, looks like he's just thinking, well, if I get 3 clubs, 2 diamonds, a heart, and a spade, I will have already made my 7 tricks, and I don't need to worry about any finesses. I don't need to worry about the spade finesse. I don't need to worry about the club finesse. I don't need to worry about taking a couple of heart finesses. So I think he is judged fairly well to just try and take his 7 tricks and cash out. He may end up getting an 8th trick if the defense is not too careful. But I imagine he's probably just going to cash out eventually for 7. Like, North will be kind of squeezed down to a singleton spade. And so as McAllister runs his clubs eventually, he's going to have to decide, am I taking the spade finesse or trying to drop the singleton king of spades? Then there's a little bit of mind games. If North really did have the spade king and the heart king queen, then South should be switching to spades at some point to cut communications between the hand. So that makes it more likely that the king of spades is onside. I mean, we'll see if South switches to spades here. He does. And so I think for this reason, there's no hope that Declare tries the spade finesse. So good defense by North-South to set up their diamond suit and then prevent Declare from taking the over trick. Oh my. Well, as I said, the match was like a little bit tame getting started. Rosenthal has opened up a huge lead, board 9. They do bid and make 3 no trump on that one after North opens 2 spades. The 2 spade opener somehow made it easier for East-West to get involved in the auction because West was able to balance 2 no trump with his spade stoppers. With South having opened 2 hearts, West not having the heart stopper, and East having the heart stopper but not such a good hand, it was very difficult for East-West to get involved in this room. So, oddly enough, preempting the 5-card suit worked out better than preempting the 6-card suit. Don't try this at home, kids. So that ends up earning them 11 imps. I had made the claim that North-South probably could beat 3 now. I don't know if I want to stand by and back that up now. Wolenkin was able to make it. So well done by him. And that earns his side an 11 imps. They've jumped out to a 16 imp lead in the first set. 5 boards to go. And I think we're going to see East opening a no trump in 4th seed, unless North has something to say about it. But no, North decides not to get frisky in 3rd seat. No one vulnerable. East opens a no trump. West decides to transfer spades and will be rebidding 3 no. Game forcing. So East could decide to play it in 3-0. There are a couple of reasons why he might choose to do that. I mean, one of them is that he's 4-3-3. Whoa. Okay, yeah, that was just a misclick. But another one of the reasons that might make 3-no trump a little bit more attractive than 4 spades is that East is limited in high cards. East has a minimum for his 15-17 opener. And that means that 9 tricks might be a little bit easier than 10. He does decide to bid 4 spades. And so now South on opening lead has a bit of a decision to make. If he wants to be a little bit aggressive, he can lead a club, and that's what he does go with. If he wanted to be a little bit more passive, he could have led a diamond at trick 1. Despite the club opening lead, I mean, this contract feels pretty hopeless. Even if somehow Declare manages to guess the spade suit, that there's King Doubleton with South, he's still going to end up losing 2 diamonds, a heart, and 1 spade to go down 1. And that's with the club lead having dropped a trick on defense. So he won't be too happy with the contract that he's ended up in. I mean, if the spades and diamonds come home for just 1 loser, then Declare can make this from here. So he's certainly going to play a spade to the ace, spade to the queen, hoping that that's the case. And now the diamond switch, he finds out the diamond king is offside, just throws his hands up in the air and says, well, there was nothing I could have done, which he's right about. There really wasn't anything he could have done. So this point looks like down 2. North cashes the jack of spades. Probably continues the jack of diamonds to set up an extra diamond trick. And eventually North-South will be able to cash their diamond when they get in with the King of Hearts. So 2 down. Board 10, we do have a result from the other table. Not as exciting as a couple of the game swings we've seen on board 7 and 9. But Helgamo did manage to make 8 tricks and 1 no trump on that one. Earns his side another imp. Now, I have had a conversation with Helgamo's partner, Chris Lenkin, about this. Chris's belief is that in these longer team matches, so 60 board matches, it's actually very important to play for overtricks in part score deals, game contracts, rather than trying to take the absolute best line of play to guarantee your contract at the expense of some overtricks. Because over the course of a 60-board match, if you're making an overtrick on, let's say, every other hand, which it doesn't look like is exactly what's going on, there's a lot of push boards here, but let's say you were, that adds up to 30 imps over the course of the match, and that's 3 game swings. So if you're making that many overtricks over your competition and you're going down in 1 or 2 extra games, you still come out ahead. Whereas if you're playing in one of these shorter matches, like a Swiss format or like a knockout format or something, lower level knockout format, like a regional event, then the match is going to be decided based on 1 or 2 game swings. So the overtricks are a bit less important in that setup. So I know that we'll definitely see Lenkin and presumably Helgamo, because they're a partnership, playing for overtricks on some of these boards where other players might not. All right, 4 spades goes down 2. I expect that to be a pretty flat result, but we will see. Obviously, the club lead did end up blowing a trick. But we got 4 boards to play. And Rosenthal, at this point, clinging to a 17 imp lead. They have been building up steam as the set has gone on. West has to decide what his hand is worth. Favorable in first seat. I think they are playing a 2-diamond opener as weak. It wouldn't be everyone's choice, but he does go with it. I know that a lot of the players who at least originally started playing bridge in Australia and New Zealand, that part of the world, do like to be hyper-aggressive in their preempts, Matt Brown being one of them. So with his partner, I forget first name, but Wibley, maybe Michael Wibley, that he had been playing with in last year's Bermuda Bowl, they had a very aggressive preempting and opening bid style. And so for him, I think this is like kind of right up his alley. Let's stick that preempt in the opponent's auction and hope that it really disrupts them. North able to overcall 2 spades. McAllister, not one to shy away from a confrontation, decides favorable. Let's raise partner's preempt on queen third and a flat hand. Could get him in trouble if the opponents go after him, but not this time. South looks at the vulnerability, 16 highs, double stop and diamonds, no spade support, tries 3-no. I bet we'll see North pull this to 4 spades. And there it is. 7-card spade suit, the diamond void, all of these things. And also the distribution. I mean, a side 4-card club suit is something that North probably wants to spend some time setting up while he still has trump control. So East tries the unsuccessful Queen of Diamonds lead. I really like the Queen of Diamonds lead. I think that too many players will just always stick to their standard opening lead agreements, and in this spot would lead a low diamond third best. But it's very possible that, for one thing, you want to stay on opening lead, and if your partner has the ace-king of diamonds, the queen will hold. I mean, it seems pretty unlikely given the 3-no bid, but that's one thing to keep in mind with these high honor leads. Another, we might just need to finesse South's diamonds multiple times. If North had a singleton and South had king third, then we would rather lead a high diamond, and now we can continue diamonds at trick 2 from the correct side, tapping declare. Rosenthal wins the ace of diamonds. He's going to shed a couple of heart losers. Spades split, clubs split, that king of clubs is off, but this will be 12 tricks. Wait. Wait a second. I don't think we're seeing a transcription error. The play's going pretty fast, but I actually think this is what happened at the table. I'm surprised that Rosenthal decided not to pitch the other heart loser, but I'm not at all surprised that Matt Brown was also taken aback by the Grosvenor on the previous trick and did not fly the ace of hearts to score that one. I was going to say, though, with the spades splitting, I think there is a chance that 6 spades was close to being cold. The other table has finally overtaken us. They have 4 spades North making 6 was the result. So that's where they ended up on this one. Wow, with West passing, Wilenkin and Helgamo, more traditionalists than their preempts. So I don't think Wilenkin ever was planning to touch the diamond suit on that hand. In the West seat, North decided to just open 4 spades. A little bit of an unusual choice. You have a full 1 spade opener. So normally 4 spades would be a little bit more preemptive, but he decided second seed, and based on the vulnerability that partner would expect him to have hands somewhat similar to this. We got 3 more boards to play in this set, and as usual, East has a 1 no trump opener. How many times has that happened today? We've only been watching 12. This is board 13. I feel like this happens almost every hand. There have been quite a few 1 no trump openers from the East seat. So North doesn't have what looks to be an opening bid, at least not in their style. Passes. East will open a no trump and be a little bit shocked when his partner transfers to spades. You know, maybe despite the 15 highs, East is going to find some way to super accept. Some players will play 3 of a major, shows 4 cards and a minimum as a super acceptance. I don't know how popular that is, and I don't know if the East-West partnership is playing it, but he might make a bid something like that, or similar to that. I don't think there's all that much wrong with just bidding 2 spades. That can't be the way the auction went. Okay. East has bid 3 spades. So we'll need a little bit of a correction from our VU graph operator before the opening lead's made. But yeah, Matt Brown, despite hearing his partner has 4-card spade support, only has 6 highs. And the 4-card spade support actually makes his hand a little bit worse, because now the Queen of Spades could be a useless card, and in fact it is. He would prefer to have the Queen of Diamonds or Queen of Clubs, for example. Ten of Hearts opening lead. Declare tries the Jack. Not sure the purpose of the Jack. Sometimes you want to make a discovery play. So that could have been something Declare was thinking about at the very least, is that he's trying to get a better read on the honor location. And so now that he knows North has the Queen of Hearts, he'll have a better sense of what South was leading from. It's pretty unlikely the Jack 3rd of Hearts was going to produce a trick somehow, but I guess it's possible. South started with 10-9-6, and North has Queen Doubleton. Feels like maybe a chance you don't want to give up. Either way, Declare is pulling trumps. I think a good attempt from Declare would probably be to play a club to the 10 right now. Obviously, he's going to need to guess diamonds at some point, but maybe he can convince South that he's trying to set up clubs to pitch diamonds. And if South gets worried, because South is looking at this 9 of Hearts, Declare knows that 8 of Hearts in dummy could easily be worrisome card if South decides to continue the heart suit. If Declare, for example, started with Ace King 3rd. So a club to the 10 might goad South into switching to diamonds. Never mind. Look, I take it all back. McAllister knows exactly what he's doing. He guessed that diamond suit instantaneously. Diamond to the king, didn't need any more help from the opposition. So well done by him. He is going to lose 3 clubs and a diamond, but he makes his contract 3 spades. Earns himself a well-deserved 1 imp swing. Other table got all the way up to 2 spades. We had the no trump opener by Helgamo, the transferred spades by Willenkin, and kind of as mentioned, there's nothing wrong with the 2 spade bid from East. You have 10 trumps, but so what? Your partner might be completely broke. Do you really want to be at the 3 level, opposite a partner who has Jack 5th of spades, 3-3-2 and out? Probably not. So Helgamo showing a little bit of restraint there. I imagine McAllister's 3-spade bid carried a little bit of extra meaning, that it was probably 4 trumps and a minimum. Board 14. East gets another 1 no-trump opener. So I imagine we'll be seeing that on this board as well. I still have yet to determine if they're playing 15 to 17, but this is another one that I think a lot of players would end up upgrading. It's a bit weaker than some of the previous 15 counts, or 14 counts. Oh, he does open a diamond. This gives South the opportunity to stick in a 1 spade overcall. West is going to be thrilled to hear the diamond opening. And I guess he has a little bit of a decision to make now. He starts with 2 diamonds, probably planning to show his hand as a bit of a mixed raise, which means he's going to bid 3 diamonds over 2 spades if it comes back to him. But I have the feeling that we're about to see a lot of some suit getting bid on North's cards. If North has a fit showing 3 heart jump, he might try that. It's a little bit unusual with 7-3 in the 2 suits. Normally you want to have at least a 9 card fit with your partner so that you're protected by the law at the 3 level. But that's one option for North. Alternatively, I mean, he could start slower and just bid 2 hearts. Okay, 4 hearts was not the bid that I was thinking. Okay, 4 spades makes a little bit more sense. That's an alternative option, right? He's void in diamonds. He probably thinks that there's some chance 4 spades will make. Maybe there's some chance that 4 spades is just a good save. And this passes around to West, who is not happy with the developments. His extra high cards mean his hand's a little bit defensive. The ace queen of hearts could easily be worth 2 tricks. But his extra diamond length, remember, he only promised 4 for his 2 diamond bid, or maybe 3, depending on who you're sitting with, suggests offense. And the 3 small spades could easily be opposite a singleton or void in partner's hand on an auction like this. So I do not envy Matt Brown's position on this deal. I feel like he should probably go quietly. He doesn't really know what the 4 spade bid is based off of. But I think 5 diamonds would make a lot of sense. I could definitely see him choosing that action. And he does. He does decide to try the diamond game. Maybe thinking that there's a decent chance they can make it. If his partner really is something like 0, 4, 5, 4, then they probably have pretty good play for it. And even if his partner is like 1, 4, 5, 3 or 1, 3, 5, 4, then it probably has some chances as well. South is thinking long and hard about doubling this. Now, South and West are screen mates, so it's very possible that South has picked up a little bit on the tempo of West's 5 diamond bid here, and that's why South is spending a little bit of time thinking. I mean, it's also just possible that he looks at the auction and it has started a diamond, a spade, 2 diamonds, and now his left-hand opponent has bid all the way to the 5 level, and that seems a little strange. So he does go after it. And probably leads a singleton heart. I mean, if you're gonna double, you may as well try and get your heart ruff if you have one. I mean, this could end up being very bad for Declare. If that 3 of hearts hits the table, and I'm a little surprised it hasn't yet. Okay, there's the 3 of hearts. I mean, Declare probably knows his best chance is to take the heart finesse at trick 1. And now North knows that he can give his partner a heart ruff, and he'll do so, signaling a spade switch. So the 10 of hearts comes back, ruffed. The queen of spades is going to hit the table, so now North can win the ace, and will then know not to continue a second spade, so he can switch to the queen of clubs. I mean, even if he doesn't switch to the club queen at that point, the defense is still going to come to 2 more club tricks. So this is going to be down 3. Was 4 spades making? It seems likely that 4 spades was making. I mean, on the surface, East-West really only have 2 tricks, the ace of hearts and the king of spades. But there is a little bit of work for Declare to do. Needs to get to dummy and take the club finesse. Needs to find a way to deal with his 3 small diamonds. So minus 500, not going to be a good note to go out on for East-West here for the McAllister team. And it is worth noting, since I brought this up earlier, they're playing 4-handed in the event. So if McAllister and Matt Brown, who I don't think really get all that shaken from bad results, they're both kind of veteran players in these high-level events and have been for quite a few years, but it's often helpful in these team situations if one of your pairs has kind of had a really tough set. I don't know if necessarily East-West at this table have been the ones that have done themselves in on a couple of hands, at least not prior to this board 14 kind of disaster or mix-up. But it can be useful to sit out for a set. You know, take a breather, recollect your thoughts, but McAllister doesn't have that available to them. They have to play all 60 boards. So last board of this segment, and then there will be a short break. So I will be taking a short break. All of you should take a short break as well. Grab a drink, get a little bit of food to snack on, come back in about 10 or 15 minutes from the time this table closes, and we will be here for the second quarter of action. But on the last board, we do have a little bit of something heating up, South having passed in first seat. Not the same as the 2-heart opener he had a few boards back, where he was third seat favorable on a much weaker hand than he currently holds. Here he's not favorable and in first seat. West opens a spade and North overcalls a no trump. East very quickly decides to try 3 spades, preemptive. And South has a choice to make. I mean, I think double is probably the down the middle bid. Most pairs would play this double as like negative, showing 4 hearts. Of course, you could miss a 5-3 heart fit playing this way, but what are the alternatives as South? We could just treat the hand as a 6-card heart suit, transfer to hearts. I don't think that's what we should be doing when we're roughing in the long trump hand. Or we could elect to pass 3 spades, which I think is a little bit too timid at these colors. Wow. Double by South fetched 4 clubs by North. I think I would have insta-passed the double of 3 spades as North. I definitely do not like 3-no by North. I think that would have been a little bit ambitious with just the 1 spade stopper. But partner couldn't open. You know, game's going to be on thin values. We don't necessarily have a heart fit. Obviously, we could have a 5-3 heart fit. But if South only had 4 hearts at this point, maybe defending 3 spades is actually the best we could do. Either way, Rosenthal does get his side to the heart game. And it looks like North-South are going to do pretty well. King of spades lead, trumps are splitting, and the clubs are splitting. So Declare is just going to end up losing a club and a diamond eventually. He might take his time, at least at the start of play, because if trumps and or clubs happen to be 4-1, there might be some merit into potentially setting up diamond ruffs immediately. But it kind of seems like Declare has to pick which bad split to play for, if that's his plan. No, he does just go after the trump suit. Queen of Hearts. Heart to the ace. And now he touches clubs. I do like this. This is a little bit of a safety play against 4-1 clubs. If whoever it is that has the third trump doesn't have an entry, then if clubs happen to be 4-1, Declare might be able to rough out the long club and eventually get over to the Jack of Hearts or Ace of Diamonds to collect his 10th trick. You know, I say that, and then he doesn't play the Queen of Clubs. But now that West has pitched a club, it looks like there is no problem for Declare making his 11 tricks. It looked like it might have been a little safer to cash the club queen before pulling that third trump. I mean, maybe that's what happened, in fact. Like, it's possible we got a VGraph error on that one. But, well, that is going to wrap up the first segment of play. So thanks for tuning in. I am Brady Butt. I think I will be here solo most of today, but tomorrow I will definitely have a co-caster. So stay tuned for second quarter action. We will be back in just a few minutes. Hello, Twitch chat and YouTube chat. How are you all? I did see some questions in chat, but I didn't see questions that were directed at me. Chat, I forgot to put up a Gamba for the first segment. I'm sorry. You know what we should do? We should go to the other table and watch the final board. Oh crap, and now I have so much work to do. I have to get first quarter scores, right? Oh boy, this is going to be a nightmare. Well, here we go. Not all of the scores are posted. So as they come in, Street, Tulin. Oh, this is, found it, Street, Tulin. 36-9. Street is crushing. I think I have them in my bracket. Rosenthal, McAllister. That was the match we were just watching. 31-15. I assume that's not going to change on this board. It looks like they're also in 4 hearts, probably making 11 tricks. Goodman Hill. Oh no, Goodman is winning. I think I had Hill winning the whole thing. My fantasy bracket is really messed up. Niederbach, Rombo. Good, good. Rombo is ahead. Is there a way I can indicate that these are first quarter scores? No, too complicated. What I need is I need someone who does like, what's it called? Like graphics or something like that. That would be helpful. All right, we don't have too many scores in. but I have updated the ones that we've got. Whew. Well, that was a match. I mean, I guess it's not over, but we have a handful of game boards or game swings that are going the way of... It really is the vulnerable games versus not vulnerable games, isn't it? 3 no trump on a couple of boards, vulnerable making, versus 4 spades on a couple of boards, not vulnerable making. That has been the difference in the match for the most part. And then I guess there was 5 imps here on one of the boards, a couple of other kind of different part score swings. Ooh, board 11, Helgamo did make the aforementioned pass despite the 5-3 spade fit and played in 3 no trump, which on a club lead did not work out for him. He ended up going down an extra trick. All right, what's going on at some of the other tables? Maybe we should jump in and take a look. There were quite a few people watching the Build a Mandala table. Are they still playing? Oh my God, there are so many boards left.
I think with Ace King.
Let's get rid of those clowns. These are not duplicated boards. Okay, that's worth noting, because we did not see this board in the other room. Wow, they're 3 boards behind, but the other table is 6 boards behind. Like, we finished our first quarter of play, and one of the rooms is only done with 9 boards. That's kind of crazy, right? That is insane. So how's this match going? Leibowitz is killing it. Yeah, I imagine that this was also going to be a huge blowout. So as much as I love seeing Dennis, we'll be able to see Dennis later in the week. Like, we don't want to watch Dennis and Augustin. I never call him Augustin. I just call him by... Is it weird that I call Dennis Dennis and Medalla Medalla? That doesn't seem weird to me. Hopefully it's not weird to anyone else. But yeah, we'll definitely be able to see them beat up a bunch of noobs later in the week, I think. So I think the plan is, because like it's really difficult to jump around matches, I'm just going to stick with the match that we started out with. Like, maybe after lunch, when all the matches will reconvene and start around the same time, we can re-decide together which match we want to watch. But I think we'll stick with watching Rosenthal beat up on McAllister for the next set. I did forget to put up the prediction, or not prediction, the whatever it is, the Gamba. So hopefully I will remember to do that in the next set. Ooh, Milner against Kane. We have an updated score. This is the worst system. I mean, especially with 16 matches going on simultaneously. It feels like there has to be a better way for me to do this other than to update everything by hand. Maybe there isn't, though. Hopefully this will get easier as the event goes on. Oh, I did see a question about how long, I don't remember when this was, about how long I was going to be streaming today. I'm doing the whole event. So I am scheduled to do all 4 sets today through Saturday, which is the finals. So I will be here. Twitch, YouTube, BBO, all of the things. Looks like Declare is going down in this 4-spade doubled contract. Just barely. Down 1. So what have been the big swings in this match? Ooh, four hearts doubled down 1 versus 4 hearts doubled down 3. Yikes. How do you go down 3? Down 3 feels really challenging. Can everyone see this? Okay, yeah, I'm looking in the bottom right corner. Like, even if you lose 2 spades and a diamond from here, you're only down 2. How is it possible they went down 3? Ace of diamonds. 9 of spades to the king. Club to the queen. Ace of clubs. Heart to the king and ace. King of clubs. Pulled the last trump. Oh no. Oh no. Declare ran all their trumps. And then took a spade finesse. Oh no. Oh my god. Congrats on the BBVL win. Thank you. Thank you, Jitme. I feel like I haven't won in a while. The other big swing in the match is 4 spades. A no trump by East. Texas transfer by West. 6-4. 6 count. Queen of spades lead. This is the second time at this table. Do Townsend and Pritchard have like some undisclosed agreement where if they have the singleton queen of trumps, they just have to lead it? Like, so this happened on board 6. Pritchard leads the singleton queen of spades in the opponent's trump suit, which is like insane. And then on board 2, Townsend leads the singleton queen of hearts. Like, what? Is this just how bridge works nowadays? You're like, well, got a stiff honor in the opponent's trumps. Like, that's never going to take a trick. Better get rid of it. I don't understand. I mean, could they have beat it if he hadn't led the queen of spades? I don't know. Probably not. There is quite a bit of work for Declare to do. Oh my god. They blew up the heart suit. That's also a big problem. Man, this was not the greatest defense that I've ever seen on board 6. Oh, I should probably get back to doing my job, shouldn't I? Well, they haven't started up the second quarter of play. But I should, I guess, wait out here and be ready to jump into the tables when they refresh for the second quarter. I assume these aren't, like, somehow updated. No, this is board 1 from the previous set. Why do we have board 1 from the previous setup? I don't know, technical difficulties, please hold. Let's see if we have more updated scores. We have Juster against Hoskins. which is the 10 seed. Which is 26 to 29. Ah, good. I picked Hoskins in that match. So currently my bracket is correct with all the scores that I'm currently looking at, other than Hill is losing. Oh, I had Wolfson over Zhang. Wolfson is currently losing. Okay, tables are closing. Right. Let me do prediction. Who will win this segment? We have Rosenthal, McAllister. Let's give you all 10 minutes to get your votes in. Boom. Wow. Twitch has updated predictions. Interesting. We have more scores. Bernal against Hammond. Bernal has a huge lead over Hammond. Well, not super huge, I guess, but... Okay, I mean, that's probably going to have to do it for now. I probably have to get back to work soon. Rain and Weingarten. Matt is a 19-year-old student studying computer science at University of Florida. None of this sounds accurate. I mean, okay, well... but fair enough. That is also a wonderful picture. He's what, like... Is this him when he was 19? That's a spiffy outfit for a 19-year-old college kid. And Srain does not have any profile info. Helgamo? Helgamo has like no profile info. It's just like a link to this link probably takes you to like 1,000 just like events that he's won. Chris Walenkin, also no profile info. Just a really old picture. You hate ties? Like the tie that Matt's wearing? It's a little off-center, you can tell, right? So, I mean, he's done a good job. Probably got his like girlfriend to dress him up. That's what you have to do as a guy. You just get a woman to dress you up. She'll make you look spiffy. Do we have quarter 2 up yet? No? Yes? Maybe? Maybe? I don't know. Ish. Oh, did anyone check to see if there were other live streams of this in the middle of play? I was not able to, but... See, this is a match. Hans versus Milne. Oh, they have a scoreboard. 7 to 12. That's a really low-scoring match. Are they done with the first quarter of play? They are not. God, they're on board 9. Well, that's understandable. Rosenberg is like the slowest player on the planet. Kevin Rosenberg, that is. He's very slow. 12 to 7. They've had one like game-ish swing. Although it wasn't really a game swing. 4 spades went down 1 at one table, and 3 spades made 2 over tricks at the other. That's incredible. All right. Still waiting on the tables to reopen. I guess they were very fast. I didn't even have time to comment on how fast they were. Insert meme about how this game is going so fast that something something. Soon. I believe I did lie to everyone though on the broadcast. I said we'd be back in like 10 minutes. We're not back in 10 minutes. I also feel that like most people who tune in live are going to be more interested in watching the Helgamo table than the one that we were at. Unfortunately, like the VuGraph operator is really slow, right? They didn't put the names up immediately when the table started. It took them until the end of the first hand. And I guess it's possible Helgamo's even out at this point. He might be sitting for the second set, come back in for the third. A Moyles and Ash is up. That is a fun match. I wanted to watch that one. That was one of the matches I voted for. I also think I have Ash in my final 4. But that is the highest scoring match that we currently have on the table. 48-38. Rosenberg's playing? Well, Rosenberg's not playing in the set that we were watching. Rosenberg is in a completely different match. Like, they don't have to wait. Teams get to... teams get to like go compare and then come back and start play for the second quarter. And then if you finish early, you get a much longer dinner break, which most of the players want. They would rather be done with the match in like 3 hours, or done with the first half of the match in 3 hours, than like take the entire 5 hours or whatever that they're allotted. And especially in a match like this one, where I hate to say that the outcome's predetermined, like, and I will not be saying that on the live broadcast, but like this outcome feels pretty predetermined to me. The players on the McAllister team are just like, other than what's his face, Matt Brown. Like Matt Brown has always struck me as like a very good player. I don't know much about him. I haven't played against him. I've only talked a little bit of bridge with him, like both on stream as well as like live or like via Discord. But he seems like a really good player, and I mean, obviously he competed in the recent Bermuda Bowl. McAllister, I think, has grown a lot since the times that I was playing with him, but Rain and, God, what's the other guy's name? Weingarten, are nowhere near the caliber of the players on the other team, and I think they were kind of getting manhandled a little bit at their table by Helgamo Wilenkin. I'm not sure. We didn't see that table, so hard to judge, but it does feel like this match is quickly getting out of reach for them, especially with Rosenthal having already played 15 boards, and they weren't able to pick up a large plus score on many of them. God, where is their table? What happened? Did they concede after one set? Why are we not back for the second segment? Hello? I guess this means I have more time to update the scoreboard. Nickel is destroying Collins. Fleischer is destroying Gupta. Any other updates? No. So I got 4 scores that aren't in yet. Switzerland against Lean, Leibowitz against Dyson, Hans Milne, which is live currently. I guess it's like 7-12 or something is what we saw, and Bailey against Simpson. Where is the table? How long have I been like just sitting here and wondering where the table is? I mean, if I wasn't like scheduled to do the live commentary, I would totally jump into the Build a Mandala room and just hang out on stream. But I am scheduled, so I kind of need to stick with the plan. Milne has picked up an important 2 more imps, 14-7. I mean, if the match continues like this, which is very weird considering that the Australians tend to be fairly swingy. Like Wibbly Edgton play a highly volatile system where they're just they preempt on like 5-card suits, like they'll open with 8 counts a lot of the time. It's very exciting, but it generates a lot of unusual swings, usually. So either Rosenberg, Platnick are kind of being able to somehow bring things back down the middle, or maybe they're just too slow and the swings are coming, but we haven't played enough boards yet. Nice to see the Swiss Open team competing here. Wait. Hold on. I can't tell if joke. The Swiss Open team. Like the team from Switzerland, which is just Zimmerman. It is the exact same Zimmerman team that he's had for like many years. Yeah, it's a joke. Okay. It's true. I was surprised when they named themselves Team Switzerland. I thought that was a little presumptuous. Is that the word for it? Pompous? I don't know. That seemed weird to me. Where is quarter 2? Wow. I do want to like pull up one of the tables, Build a Mandala. There it is. We did it. Okay, McAllister is sitting north in the other room. Should we watch Beans and Beans? Ah, Colorado native. Nice. My best friend lives out in Denver, or nearby in Denver. Colorado is a great state. It is very expensive, though. I found that out a few times from visiting. All right, once we get cards, I will flip over to broadcaster mode, I guess. Here we go. All right, chat, goodbye. I will see you in a bit. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the second quarter of action. We had a long delay between the first quarter of play and players getting resumed. I actually don't know what the delay was. Maybe if the ViewGraph operator or someone in this room can fill me in, it would be nice to know why they spent so long. I mean, it's not like a typical pairs session or Swiss teams where everyone has to start at the same time. once the players have been able to compare with their teammates, they can immediately get back into the second quarter of play. But we're here now. Regardless, it seems like this match has kind of sped off. I looked at a couple of the other VuGraph tables, and they're still playing the first quarter. So despite the long delay between getting seated for the second set, we are into board 16. So 15 more boards, and the players will have a break for lunch or dinner, depending on what time they feel like it is. And then we'll have 30 more boards this evening. But I'm your host today, Brady Butt, and I don't think I have a co-caster for today's sets. I will be joined tomorrow by Craig Gans for many of the remaining matches. We see Brogland and Bakke in this room have come in for the Rosenthal team. I don't know who's sitting at the other table. My guess is Silverstein and Rosenthal are playing in the other room, east-west, for the Rosenthal squad, but it could be Helgamo and Wilenkin. Either way, McAllister is four-handed, so we have Weingarten and Rain facing up against the formidable Norwegian pair, Brogland and Bakke, who were second in last year's Bermuda Bowl, losing only to the Switzerland team, who is competing in this event. They are the second place seed coming in. And on this very first board out, 3 passes around to South, who does open a no trump in fourth seat. West, a little bit too late, decided to pass rather than sticking in a 2-heart or 3-heart preempt, depending on system and style. And so West has decided to remain silent throughout the auction. 2 no trump by North, a transfer to diamonds, 3 diamonds by South. I'm not familiar with North-South's convention card. I think for the most part they play a lot of like fairly standard 2/1 style system. But players will play different things over this 2 no trump transfer. For example, one of either 3 clubs or 3 diamonds would show a good hand in support of diamonds. It looks like South intended to show his hand as good. He does have the maximum 17 high card points, as well as 4 nice diamonds in support. 3 hearts showed a singleton heart, or void, heart shortness. 4 clubs was a cubid. Four spades looks like a cubid. So a little bit unusual in the system decision that South decided not to cubid the spade king. Maybe they just play that cubids above 3 no trump have to be first round control in the suit. And so the 4 club cubid did not deny a spade control. It just showed, first round club control in case partner happened to care about that specific information. So South has a bit of a decision to make. The 4 spade bid still shows some sort of slam interest. It also denies a heart void, or the singleton ace, because otherwise North would have cubid hearts a second time. So South knows they have heart loser. And the question he's asking is, can partner have a hand such as ace of spades, queen of diamonds, king, queen of clubs? That's kind of what would be necessary for him to make a slam at this point. He decides that hand is pretty unlikely, that maybe with that type of hand his partner would take over with something like key card, with such a strong club suit that he only needed the ace as a filler. And he's technically right. So both North and South, or North-South in both rooms, have managed to find their way to the diamond contract. And with the club suit coming home for at least 3 tricks, Declare is going to make this. The heart lead picking up a trick means Declare might try something like a safety play in clubs to guarantee 11 tricks. So he could, for example, cash the ace of clubs and then lead a low club towards the jack at a later point in play. It looks like he also has the option of stripping the major suits and going king of clubs, club finesse. We'll have to see what Bakke decides to do, but his contract's not in any danger. Rosenthal does come into the second set with a 16 imp lead over the McAllister team. So Declare is roughing the hearts. It looks like his plan is going to be to strip the major suits. This at least lets him kind of safely try the club finesse for an over trick. In case he started with queen third of clubs, that would be. So spade to the ace, spade to the king, rough the jack of spades, and then we can go king of clubs, club to the jack. So nicely done by Declare here to give himself at least a chance at making 12 tricks. He could still pick up 12 tricks if he runs the 9 of clubs here, but that seems pretty unlikely to be what's going to happen. So East has definitely played low. I assume it's gone 4 of clubs, jack of clubs, West shows out, and Declare is now just facing his hand and claiming. Is what's taking place. So it'll be 1 imp going the way of McAllister for West's maybe imp-winning lead, we'll call it, of the heart as opposed to the singleton club. Other table with East on lead. Wow, North. Okay, that's one way to solve how do we get to 5 diamonds on the sand. North decided to open 4 diamonds in the other room on the 6-card diamond suit. I know I was watching that table earlier. McAllister does like to preempt, and especially favorable. He's happy to stick his neck out there, maybe a few levels too high, or a few levels higher than other people might. But earns his side a 1 imp swing. On to board 17. Broglund not too shy to open this 12 count in first seat. Singleton king of hearts, but the 4-card spade suit, as well as some nice spot cards, 3 9s, makes the hand very much worthwhile for a 1-level opener. South bids 1 diamond, showing 4 or more hearts. They play transfers over their club. North bids 1 spade, denying as many as 3 hearts, and showing spades. 2 diamonds is an artificial game force. So this is kind of similar to other tables auctions, which would have gone a club, a heart, a spade, 2 diamonds at this point. 2 no trump by North, showing the diamond stopper. You might think South has showed diamonds with these 2 diamonds bids, but neither one of them was natural. They were both artificial. 3 clubs by South, showing some club stuff, just in case 5 clubs happens to be a better spot. And North is going to think that maybe 5 clubs has some potential to be a better contract than 3 no trump, given that the singleton king of hearts could be opposite a suit of even 4 small. And North might be worried that 5 clubs is going to, will be cold for 11 tricks by roughing hearts in his hand, whereas 3 no trump could go down if the opponents manage to get off to a heart lead and hearts are 5-3. So that's why North-South haven't just bid 3 no trump now as they might have done in a match point event. South is kind of tiptoeing around, showing his shape a little bit. 3 spades, suggesting maybe a 4-3 spade fit. North tries 3 no. And, ooh, okay, we have a little bit of a deviation. South decides that, yes, the 3 diamond bid from North showed enough hesitation about no trump being the right spot that South has now decided we're going to play in a black suit. 4 clubs. North's 4 diamonds, I mean, I wonder if South has limited their hand in any way. I wonder if North has limited his hand in any way. 2 diamonds was game forcing. 1 spade denies as many as like 19 because North didn't reverse, or jump shift, I guess I should say. It looks like they're not going to be getting too high. I have no idea if one of these bids was keycard, 4 clubs, 4 diamonds, or 4 no trump. 4 no trump seems unlikely to be keycard, but South better pass this. They're off 2 aces. I guess if they haven't been bidding keycard, then South might not know they're off 2 aces. And this is the worrisome part about some, game forcing auctions where you establish the game force at a fairly low level, and both players' hands could be unlimited. Like, if North hasn't been able to limit his hand in any way, then South might worry, hey, I expect partner actually does have the club ace in addition to all of these other cards. And then, replace that jack of clubs with the ace of clubs, and 6 clubs is a pretty good spot. You can pitch a spade loser on the 3rd round of diamonds. I mean, this board could set the tone for this quarter of play. Previously, I had been joking a little bit that McAllister liked bidding non-vulnerable games and Rosenthal liked bidding vulnerable games, and that has been the difference in the match so far. Those 15 imps are mostly determined by a couple of game bids for either side. But if Bakke does take a push onto the 6th level, then this contract will go down, or 6 clubs will go down. And that could be the start of a little bit of a comeback. It's still early. The match will not be over after board 30, regardless of who's winning or what the score differential is. But obviously, if McAllister is the lower ranked seed, is able to make a bit of a comeback in this segment. There it is. There's 6 clubs by South. I really think that South just didn't know how limited North was in terms of strength. There's not a single bid that I can point to from North's perspective that really limits his hand in terms of playing power. Maybe we could argue that 3 no trump as a clear suggestion to play should have limited North's hand somewhat, but counter to that, I mean, North didn't just bid 3 no trump over 3 clubs. North went through this 3 diamond bid, and we kind of talked about earlier why Broglen decided to go through 3 diamonds, but maybe that caused Bakke to feel a little bit uncomfortable with signing off at the 5 level now. It does sound, though, as if they didn't bid keycard at some point along the way, which is one way that you could have resolved this problem. So hard opening lead. Broglin can see the hopelessness of this contract. I think he'll just quickly claim down one and move on. Lead a trump up, knock out the diamond ace, and on to the next hand. So McAllister will be picking up a sizable swing on this. 10 more imps going their way. They picked up 1 on the first board. The match is going to be down to 5 imps, separating the teams. Rosenthal still hanging on to a small lead. I guess Broglin still decides he's going to play the hand out. He would need the opponents to duck 2 rounds of diamonds to have any chance to make from here. But there are the 10 imps. The claim comes through. And, ooh, this could be an exciting board. Now, having not watched this East-West pair before, I don't know if Rain in the East seat is going to be tempted to open a diamond preempt. I know some players certainly would. Okay, there we go. He does open 2 diamonds, so now we know for the future. 5-5 in the minors, favorable vulnerability, good diamond suit, lead directing. Lots of reasons to get in there if you have a natural 2 diamond opener available. South gets to overcall 2 spades. And it looks like West might get shut out of the auction from here. No. West decides to put in a 3-heart bid. I'm not sure what West's plan is if his partner doesn't have a heart fit for him. But maybe West is just kind of hoping, based on the 2 spade overcall and his spade length, that his partner is likely to have some hearts in support. So Rain does raise 3 hearts to 4. Maybe a bit surprising that North decided not to double this. I guess as North, he's a little bit worried that spade opening lead goes to Declare's ace, and then Declare just plays their singleton diamond over to the ace, king, queen, 6th, and dummy, pitching a bunch of losers. That could be a concern from North's perspective. But he has a trump trick, he has 9 highs, and his partner made a vulnerable overcall. Maybe he could have expected to beat this a trick. Or 2. Spade lead goes around to South's jack. Interesting card to play. And Declare's ace. Declare roughs a spade. And now has to decide how to get back to hand to rough another spade. Ace, king of diamonds and a diamond rough is probably the most natural way. At least you won't lose the lead, right? If you lead a club, South wins and puts a heart through. And now you don't get a second spade rough. So diamond rough with the 8 of hearts, just kind of protecting against some bad diamond splits. Another spade roughed. And it looks like Declare might end up down 1. Because that king 9 of hearts is going to get promoted into 2 trump tricks. South has a full count on the spade suit and has a full count on the diamond suit, so he'll know how many clubs to cash or spades to cash, depending on what Declare does on this trick. Like if Declare pitches a club, South will know to go king of spades, spade. And if Declare pitches a spade, South will know to, well, I guess it's safe to just lead a bunch of spades through. So the 9 of hearts is unfortunately a little bit too much for Declare to handle. There's a spade discard. Now South can just pump a bunch of spades through Declare. He could cash the club ace, and it looks like he might be able to do so. North has been giving count signals to his partner, very important in this defense. But obviously, South is just comfortable to play a spade as well. If West throws a club, so will North, and South will once again play another spade. Declare had chances, so it looks like East-West didn't do so badly getting to 4 hearts. They're even going to win a couple of imps for their troubles, given that they weren't doubled, with 2 spades making in the other room. Wow, that is a brave play by Brogland. He, of course, is very confident about his read on the hand. Now another spade is going to promote the 9 of hearts, but did he need to do that? I don't think he did, right? He could have pitched a club. Either way, very nice defense by North-South, collecting all of their defensive tricks, despite Declare having some pretty friendly distribution, being able to ruff a couple spades and with the diamond splitting 3-3. 2 imps going the way of McAllister. And the lead is cut to 3. So 3 boards in, McAllister's picked up imps on all 3 of them. This is shaping up to be a pretty exciting match now. After the first segment, maybe fans were worried that Rosenthal could be running away with it, but it seems that's not the case. We do have the other table a little bit ahead of this one, as was the case in the first set that we watched earlier today. So we will see results from them. 4 no trump in the East, bid and made in the other room. They stopped on a dime. And it looks like the hearts splitting well was good news for Declare over there. West opens a diamond here. East has a 16 count, but again, as long as West is able to limit his hand somehow in the bidding, they'll be able to safely stop at a low enough level and make their, I was going to say presumably a game contract, but honestly 6 diamonds looks like it's making with everything splitting. It's not because Declare can just pull trumps and run a bunch of tricks, not with the 4-1 trump split, but with hearts 3-3 and spades 4-3, Declare has all the diamond spots. He can just cross-ruff the hand, lose the king of diamonds eventually. I'm not certain they'll end up getting there, but that's one thing that could happen. So we should keep in mind. But South has something to say about East-West auction. Having passed in first seed already, hearing the opponent's bid a diamond, 2 diamonds, South decides to stick in a little lead-directing 3 no-trump bid, and hoping that the vulnerability will save him in case the opponents go after him on this one. I think for that similar reason, East decided to try 3 no-trump as well, looking at the vulnerability, figuring that while he might have a nice penalty against 3 clubs, 600 also feels like a pretty comfortable score. Queen of clubs opening lead, Rusino, promising the king. I think this hand's going to be over pretty quickly. Declare can win this trick and take a diamond finesse, eventually losing just a diamond and 2 clubs. Declare knows that he has a second club stopper, so there's no risk in this plan. So Jack of Diamonds goes around to the king. Club comes back, North hopeful that Declare may have made a mistake. But after cashing a couple of clubs, that will be it for the defense. Declare can throw a spade and heart, and does not even need the hearts to break. So we'll see a push board, the first one of this set. I guess maybe I've been a bit quick to judge. So Bakke, I think pretty confident that the clubs aren't running, is reasonably thinking about ducking this trick and hoping that his partner can get in with another card. Which, that wouldn't be the play at match points. But at imps, actually seems like quite a reasonable thought to have. Since he knows if he cashes the king jack of clubs, his hand is completely stranded. And then even if his partner has one more trick, that's not enough to defeat 3 no trump. It took me a while to catch up to his thinking, but with him pausing for so long, I finally got there. So that's why we're seeing South not instantly win the jack of clubs. Like, this is a situation where East probably wouldn't be bidding 3 no trump with just the ace third of clubs or something. And also, if East happened to have ace 10 third of clubs, it seems pretty unlikely that East would win the first trick and take a diamond finesse. He would probably have ducked a couple of clubs, hope to cut off our club suit if we happen to have a 6-card suit over there. So for all these reasons, I'm certain that South knows Declare has the 10-9 third of clubs remaining. And he may well hope that his partner has, you know, the king of hearts or the 10 of diamonds. One of these cards where North will be able to get in at the end of the hand and eventually play a club throw as we cash 3 more rounds. Having sat and thought here a little bit more about it, I actually really like the decision to duck this 10 of clubs, even though it's not successful here. It would result in a 2-imp loss. But that feels like a legitimate chance to beat the contract. Remember, East's hand's concealed, and East actually started with 16 highs. There's no guarantee East has to have all of these high cards. East could be off the king of hearts. East could be off the queen of spades. But that's probably what Bakke is weighing right now, is he might expect that it could be a 2-imp loss if he doesn't cash out here. So are the odds of him winning a game swing of 12 imps, let's say, or 13 imps, good enough to justify ducking this trick and losing 2 imps a large percentage of the time? That is some hard math to work out, and that's why it is so much more relaxing being in the commentary booth than it is sitting at the table and playing. I wonder if going back to trick 1, the opening lead signal was count somehow. I know most North American players would play attitude in this situation, and so North's signal at trick 1 would just deny the jack of clubs. But maybe there's some sort of like presumption that South's clubs actually are king, queen, jack when they lead the queen, and they would have led low from king, queen, fifth. So for that reason, North giving count at trick 1 would be more appropriate. Yeah, he does play low. I actually really like this play. This is a well thought out play, which is going to go very south. I think Declare may have made a small mistake, but obviously Declare is thrilled to have won the 10 of clubs. He probably should have pitched a diamond so that he could have decide whether to pitch the 4th round of hearts or 4th round of spades on the 3rd diamond. Just in case, he's trying to maximize his chances to make 12 tricks from here, and he's given up an important threat in the spade suit. But I also would have been taken aback when the 10 of clubs held the trick and kind of just called for a card from dummy. Hard to blame East at this point for not kind of maintaining maximum flexibility on the hand. He does test the hearts. Hearts have split. And so that is 2 umps going the way of McAllister. So McAllister, ooh boy, we are in for a hand. Now, in a previous segment, so the last segment of play, this East player did end up making a little bit of a preempt on a hand that was worth an opening bid. Opening 4 spades on the East hand would be a little bit nutty. So I don't think that's going to happen. Oh, and of course West does open 2 diamonds in front of him. But we'll have to see if they can manage to find their way up to the spade slam, which looks excellent. The ace of diamonds is a big card, but more so than just the diamond ace being a big card, the jack of clubs is really important. Or maybe the fact that West has 3 spades, which could provide an entry. Because if West was missing the club jack, then Declare would need to lead up towards the king, queen of clubs twice. And as far as he knows, the ace of diamonds is the only entry to partner's hand. So East has some work to do to navigate and try and find if partner has, the stuff he needs for 6 spades to be a good contract with this 2 diamond preempt. It's also possible he might just blast it, hoping that his partner has the diamond queen, for example. Then he could go pull trumps, king of diamonds, diamond overtaking, and then run the diamond suit if the opponents don't cash the club ace at trick 1. So 2 no trump from East. Maybe not everyone's first choice a bid, but East has a plan, and we'll see what sort of plan East is going to put into action. I bet 2 no trump was some sort of August bid. Very few players play feature nowadays. So 3 hearts probably showed a good hand with a bad suit, which it looks like is kind of what West has. It's 8 high card points, so depending on your opening range for first seat vulnerable, you might say that's kind of extras in terms of high cards, and it has an outside king, which is good, but the 6-3-2-2 shape is a little bit suspect, and obviously the diamond suit is very weak. So 3 hearts by West, 5 hearts is exclusion, I think in diamonds. I wonder if East is going to be able to confidently get back to spades. I imagine he will. Right, West will respond to the exclusion bid. Bids 5 no trump. And now East gets to bid 6 spades, which there's no way 6 spades could be anything other than to play. I mean, I would spend a minute staring at it as West when the tray came through the divider. The players are playing behind screens, but if 6 spades is some sort of forward-going bid in diamonds, you're already forced to the 7 level. Partner would just bid 7 diamonds. We'll see how long West takes to pass the 6-spade bid here. But I imagine it's going to be pretty quick. I also think that we might get our first imps going the way of Rosenthal this set. Because with the 5-heart exclusion bid, South knows not to lead the heart ace. And with all of the bidding that has suggested diamonds might be a source of strength, I do expect South to lead a club from his hand. I mean, maybe a trump, but a trump seems like we're headed in the wrong direction. I mean, maybe South does just lead a diamond, figuring that his best chance to beat this is if his partner has the diamond ace. But that seems like such a low percentage chance on this type of auction. He does go with the diamond lead. And with the spades splitting, this should mean Declare has plenty of entries to set up the diamond suit. So diamond round to the jack, Declare can cash the spade ace, play the king of diamonds, see South show out, overtake with the ace, take the roughing finesse against North's queen, and eventually get back over to West with a spade entry to pitch all of the clubs. So I was incorrect. We did not get our first imps to Rosenthal, but it will be a flat board. Wait, what? I could believe that Declare got lazy and didn't play the hand out. But it's possible we have a Vugraph error. Well, I feel justified now. Rosenthal did pick up their 1 imp as expected. We're 5 boards into the set. We still got 10 more to go before the lunch or dinner break for the players. So board 21 here, North has what I guess most players would call probably a spade preempt at unfavorable vulnerability. I know Brogland has been aggressive in the past on some of his bids, but he does decide to go down the middle with a 3-spade opener. Makes sense at these colors. South probably not willing to consider anything more than 4 spades. I mean, he would need his partner to have 2 key cards and the trump queen for a slam to make. Otherwise, they're just going to be off both red aces. And so he does kind of quietly bid 4 spades. Queen of hearts opening lead. Looks promising for the defense. They might be able to take the first 3 tricks here. Picking that imp back to McAllister. I wonder how the defense went in the other room where they only scored 2 defensive tricks. The Queen of Hearts did win trick 1, the Jack of Hearts took trick 2, and then East continued a 3rd heart, and that allowed Declare to pull trumps and run the club suit, pitching all their diamonds. So maybe something similar will happen here. Brogland covers trick 1 with the King of Hearts. And the 4 of Hearts comes back, which looks like a count card. So East should presumably know the Jack of Hearts is not cashing here. And that might make a diamond switch attractive. He does find it. So diamond to the king, West wins the ace. and declare in a little bit of danger if the spades don't split, but will end up making his contract from here. So 1-up going back to McAllister. Well done on defense to earn themselves the border match win. So this means Rosenthal's still only up by 1. They've had a bit of a tumultuous start to the set with that Broglie-Bakke slam kind of disaster on board 17. Couldn't really diagnose how strong each other's hand was and ended up getting a little bit too high. We got 9 boards to play now. And East over here with a balanced 18. I say balanced. I think Singleton King is a balanced hand. But he'll open a club. South gets to stick in a diamond overcall. And West at these colors will not even dream of bidding. So I think for most players on the North hand, they'll treat this as if their partner has opened one of a minor, and they'll bid a 4-card major. Otherwise, it's very difficult as North-South to find your 4-4 major suit fits in these auctions. Like, if North can't bid a major until they have 5, then South is unlikely to have enough values to reverse as an overcaller, and you just miss out on your 4-4 major fits. So that's why North was able to bid 1 heart here. East bid a no trump, and South doubled. Looks to me like double is just kind of showing general values. You know, South thinking that the opponents are vulnerable. He has this 12 count. West wasn't able to find a response. His partner was able to bid. The hand looks like a little bit of a misfit, so he's happy to go after a penalty. And his partner has also shown him a lead that he's happy to make, the small doubleton heart. I mean, he's not going to be thrilled, but it's a lot better than, you know, leading diamonds into the guy who has promised a diamond stopper, or leading away from that ace-10 fourth of spades. The other room did manage to make 8 tricks in no trump North-South, but of course they were declaring it for plus 120. So if Bakke and Broglie end up taking the same 8 tricks on defense, then this is going to be a pretty large swing for going the way of Rosenthal. I do think that East was a little bit ambitious in the 1 no trump bid. You know, people will say, of course, like if you open a minor and you're planning to jump to 2 no trump and your partner doesn't bid, then sure, you could bid a no trump next to describe your hand. You have 18 to 19 balanced, which is all great, except sometimes you do that and you have your hand and your partner still has the 0 count that they had in the auction, and you get doubled and you're vulnerable and you go for a large number. So we'll have to see how many tricks Declare ends up with, but this feels like a spot where maybe East could have been a little more conservative, thinking that with partner not being able to bid over a diamond, our side doesn't have game, the risk reward is kind of heavily favored in terms of us actually going for quite a large number, whereas our best upside is that we make a part score contract. And I think it's going to cost him this time. South has some decisions to make. That is certainly true. South needs to decide what to pitch on the next 2 hearts. He probably expects that pitching diamonds is safe, although the downside of pitching diamonds is that now Declare can kind of like safely pitch diamonds from West's hand and exit in diamonds, and then South might get end played. So something he might do is hold on to his long diamond suit, pitch a couple of spades, and plan on maybe giving a trick to the 10 of diamonds to set up his long diamonds. But we'll have to see, because Bakke is definitely thinking through this one. We did see the previous board, board 19, where I think his defense was very sharp. It ended up costing him 2 imps, but I think that goes to show that he's in excellent form today, that he came up with a play that, I mean, like, I didn't see at the onset of the hand, and, you know, the player in the other room may not have seen as well, but one that ultimately I think ended up being quite a strong decision, despite the results. He certainly knows, so for one thing, he certainly knows his partner has the club ace. There's no reason why Declare at trick 2, or at trick 1, would win the queen of hearts and then lead a club to the king if he had the ace king of clubs in his own hand. So he knows for a fact his partner has the ace of clubs. And he, I mean, it seems as if he also should know that his partner has no heart values, because otherwise Declare would not be cashing out a bunch of hearts. They know that North has 4 hearts. If North was hanging on to the jack of hearts, there would be no reason for Declare to just set up that heart trick here with the king. So I think South has a pretty good picture of what Declare's hand looks like. It probably looks something very similar to this. And he might believe that Declare is more likely to be something such as 2-4, 3-4 than 1-4, 3-5. And so that's probably the layout that he's going to be most concerned with. Because again, the one thing he wants to avoid is he doesn't want to be end played into leading away from his ace of spades into Declare's king. But he does pitch a diamond. He now pitches a spade. North has done kind of well to, you know, really show off the club card that he has. Declare exits the king of spades, and I think at this point that'll be the last trick Declare takes on this hand. Now South gets to win the spade ace and return the 10, which seems like a pretty natural thing to do. As long as South knows that Declare has queen third of diamonds, which I think it would be very strange for Declare not to have queen third of diamonds for this no trump bid. He'll know that it's safe to go ace of spades, 10 of spades. Declare must have at most 2 spades in his hand. That's really the only thing that Bakke is thinking about now. And I expect him to get this one right. If he does, that's going to be 500. And, I mean, a really nice result for Rosenthal, as they had been slipping throughout the set. It wasn't just the 6 club contract that cost them 10. They've had 2 imps here, 1 imp there on a few of these boards that has ended up costing them their lead. But we do get ace of spades, low spade, kind of same as the 10 at this point, with Declare having pitched 1 from West's hand. So North gets to win the queen, play a couple more spades. East's hand, in fact, does get squeezed a little bit. Not that it matters too much. So a diamond comes through, And North will score the club ace at trick 13, 500. And that's going to be a big, what is this, 8 imps? Going the way of Rosenthal. Much needed for them halfway through the set. And this might change the momentum of play a little bit. You know, I don't know much about this East-West partnership or the players, but they... nine big imps for 380, comparing with the 120 in the other room. Well, East-West had, you know, they started off really well to this segment. Their opponents overbid to 6 clubs. They got to 4 hearts on board 18, maybe a little bit aggressively, but it had chances. It didn't end up making. Board 19, they ended up stealing a couple of tricks in 3-0. Board 20, East probably feels pretty good, although maybe expecting it to be a push in 6 spades. And so that 1 no trump doubled is really going to slow down the momentum from the East-West pair. South opens 3 clubs in first seat, equal vulnerability. It's a 6-card club suit. Not everyone's preference, but that is going to throw a little bit of a wrench into an otherwise easy auction for North-South to reach their heart game. So West starts with a double. North bids 3 spades, having, you know, I mean, obviously just trying to direct a spade opening lead against an eventual heart contract, but with kind of a 5 club save in his back pocket in case the opponents go after him. So East-West do get to 4 hearts. It looks to me like 2 rounds of spades. North probably tries a 3rd round of spades, hoping to beat the contract that way. And that will end up allowing Declare to net an overtrick, as happened in the other room. So spade to the queen, ace of spades. You know, even though North probably doesn't expect a 3rd round of spades to help out much, he can see that the ace of clubs is on side. Declare definitely has the diamond ace. So switching to clubs, while it might prevent an overtrick, is never going to beat the contract here. But he's just kind of working through all these possibilities in his head. Now, he might be worried that his partner's likely to have 7 clubs. And so for that reason, he might be thinking, oh, another round of spades, Declare can just pitch their club loser. And but that's not the case. So Declare pulls the trump with the queen of hearts and can now just ask about the diamond split, state that he's pulling all the trumps, king, queen of diamonds. Does South have 10/5 of diamonds? He does not. So push board. We're about halfway through the set. 8 boards in, 7 boards to play. And Rosenthal is down 6 overall in this segment, but currently still maintaining a 10 imp lead in the match. West gets first crack at this. We did see East open ace king 5th of diamonds earlier at the 2 level. I don't think West is going to open 2 diamonds on this one, but maybe some players out there would be tempted. North has a nice 19 count. And aside from the ace king of diamonds, looks like East-West don't have a lot of tricks on defense. North-South are going to be a little bit nervous, given that the diamond suit could be distributed poorly for them in 3 no trump. So a club opener by North. East kind of sticking to his guns. He made that 5-card preempt in first seat earlier, makes a 5-card preempt in second or third seat here, opposite a passed partner, 2 spades over a club. South makes a negative double. North decides to try 3 no trump. There were alternatives on North's hand. Just being a balanced 19 with a couple of spade tricks, he may have considered passing out the double of 2 spades. But 3 no trump is going to be pretty comfortable. The diamond suit does not actually pose a problem to declare. Even if West gets a little spicy, we could say, winning, say, the diamond ace and returning a low one might cause declare to misguess. East-West still only have 4 diamond tricks that they can take. We'll see. That's a play that West could definitely make. Should be noted that you shouldn't always follow the rules of third hand high, or playing low from your splitting honors in third hand. This is a situation where a lot of expert players could potentially make the alternate play of winning the diamond ace and returning a low one. But West decides to trust his partner's 2 spade overcall. Switches to a low spade. East wins the queen. Doesn't even matter if East cashes out or not. I don't think declare was going to pick up the clubs for 4 tricks. So even if the defense hadn't taken the diamond ace, they were probably going to get one more eventually anyway. Although, looking at that, I think West was probably going to get maybe information squeezed a little bit. And so declare could potentially have made all the remainder. So good on East to cash out. And now declare has the rest. Another push board. So after 7 boards of back-to-back action where there were no pushes, we have 2 in a row. We'll see if the trend continues. This hand looks like another potential for a swing of some kind. The other room bid to 3 no trump in the south and made it, despite the bad diamond break. North getting to open a diamond here. South showing his spades naturally, and South will definitely game force over North's 2 diamond rebid. Most players will play 2 hearts as artificial game forcing here, but it's possible with 5-5 in the black suits that South can be a little bit more descriptive. And I know that this North-South partnership has a lot of really strong agreements in these situations. I do see Al's here, which is nice at the table, giving us some information about the auction. I wish the VuGraph operator had a little bit of ability to alert some of these bids so that we could know what's going on. But yeah, 2 no trump strikes me as an unusual bid, and now I am out of my comfort zone. I do not know what's going on from the north-south perspective on the hand. Clearly, South intends to game force, so 2 no trump is probably forcing with clubs is my guess. 3 hearts looks natural to me. 3 no trump looks like it's to play. And West has to make an opening lead. So how easy is it to make 9 tricks in no trump? I mean, the other table took 10, which sounds somewhat impressive. We get the 10 of clubs lead, which immediately blows a trick. I don't know what's going on with the north-south auction, so it's hard for me to comment on opening lead. I mean, a low club feels somewhat more natural from this holding. But now Declare will be able to set up the club suit with the King-Jack doubleton dropping. There's no fast way to get back to South's hand, though. This is not an easy hand to declare. I'm still very impressed with the 10 tricks taken in the other room. If declare... I guess at some point East-West have to play a suit, right? Like, if we eventually lead a spade to the king and throw the opponents in, they'll probably have to give us the queen of spades at some point. So maybe that's one thing to notice. But on the surface, Declare looks like they only have 8 tricks. The 2 clubs, 4 diamonds with the jack falling, and a heart and a spade. So I'm wondering if Declare is going to try and set up the club suit, which kind of seems somewhat natural. You'll then either be able to get back to your hand in spades, maybe, or in hearts. That seems like a plausible thing to do. If you can't do that, then maybe the diamonds run, for example. So that seems like a simple attempt. Win the opening lead with the queen of clubs, or East will probably play the king. You win the ace, you play the queen of clubs, the jack falls, you knock out the 9 of clubs, and then pitching a heart from North's hand, and then hope that you can get back there. Yeah, we did have a comment from Al Hollander and some other spectators that East is a bridge YouTuber who has a bridge channel. I think it was mentioned in the BBO chat. Bridge with Steve. He does a lot of video logs of tournament play, and he's been playing in England for a number of years. Bakke understandably taking his time on this one. This is not an easy contract to play. I do expect him to come home with 9 tricks, but what will his approach be? So what sort of alternative plan could Declare come up with? I guess if he ends up taking 5 diamonds, 2 clubs, a heart and a spade, and the way he could do that is he could win the opening lead, immediately play on diamonds, and if the diamond suit is 4-2, well, if the diamond suit's 3-3, then he's pretty happy. He can just knock out the heart ace and spade ace and take 10 tricks. But if the diamond suit is 4-2, he can go ace, king, queen of diamonds, diamond, pitching, say, spades from his hand, and eventually hope that the king of hearts provides an entry to the long diamonds, with West having the heart ace. That's an alternative plan. Would take quite a lot of math to work out which one of these plans might be better. I do feel like he knows the opening club, or the club position, given the opening lead. East-West are leading standard honors, and especially when East plays the king of clubs at trick 1, he will know that it's king-jack doubleton. So 10 of clubs goes around to the ace. He tries the queen of hearts immediately. Yeah, this is an interesting try. Now, West flew the ace of hearts very fast on this trick, and that's definitely going to make Declare's life a lot easier moving forward. Because now if... Okay, so West just continues clubs. Now that king of hearts does represent an entry to the long diamonds. I think a lot of defenders would have been very hesitant to set up that king of hearts as an entry and would have just instinctively ducked the ace on the queen of hearts play from south. Declare is not out of the woods yet. Even if diamonds are 4-2 with that king of hearts as an entry, he still needs another trick at some point. He can't just go ace, king, queen of diamonds, diamond, because then the defenders could play back a heart. He'll have to win the king to run his diamonds, and his own hand might end up getting squeezed in that end position, not to mention that the opponents are going to have heart tricks to cash. So definitely not out of the woods yet, but now Declare has all the information. So how is he going to use it? Because now that he knows East has a diamond stopper, normally the thing to do is to immediately knock out that stopper if you want to set up tricks in the suit. It would only gain Declare one trick in the diamond suit to knock out that 7 of diamonds, because the queen and 10 are already good. But that might be the trick he needs to make his game. I think the defense might be able to come out on top here if they're careful. Well, it all depends on how Declare plays. There are definitely double dummy lines of play where he's going to be able to make his 9 tricks from this point. And I think it's a little strange that East decided to pitch the 6 of diamonds or play the 6 of diamonds under the king. That could be a very dangerous card, especially as East knows that if Declare cashes the king of hearts, he's going to be out of hearts, and he has no more clubs. It's very easy to see East getting end played into leading away from that 7 of diamonds or ace of spades later in the hand. But but beyond that, if Declare does end up setting up the diamond suit, the defenders can actually carefully end play the dummy. Like if Declare leads a low diamond here, East wins the 7. If he cashes the spade ace, and then leads a heart, West can duck the 10 of hearts. And if Declare overtakes, Declare's end played into leading away from the 9 of hearts at the end of the play. And if Declare doesn't overtake, then he loses access to all of the diamond winners that he worked so hard to set up in North's hand. I think... So Bakke is definitely aware of that possibility. And for that reason, I don't think he's going to lead a low diamond here. Although, maybe he can score enough black suit tricks if the defense plays that way. Very tricky in position. He certainly knows about the club split. This 4 of hearts discard is probably going to clue him into the fact that West started with heart length, especially given that West started with diamond shortness. He knows West had 4 clubs and 1 diamond. If West really was 4-4 in the majors, he might have pitched spades instead of hearts, given that dummy has the potential to take extra heart tricks. Wow, how is Declare going to make his way home? I mean, Bakke's been sitting here for minutes at this point, pondering over the puzzle. I am so curious how they took 10 tricks in the other room that I'm just going to have a quick look through what ended up happening. Well, the hand was over at trick 1. West ended up leading a heart. Not that unreasonable to lead a heart, especially given that North-South had never bid hearts in that auction, whereas in this room, North did get to make a natural 3-heart bid. But still, that did make Declare's life much easier. They were able to take 2 hearts immediately to go with their 4 diamonds and club finesse and eventually just sit back and wait for a 10th trick. 10 still feels like a lot, but they did get there eventually. Now, if Declare knew about the 5-2 heart split, which I think he might suspect, he already knows about the 4-2 club split. So a sensible line might be to just play east for the spade ace. And I was certain I had a way to do that. Which I am now not seeing. I guess Bakke would have been taking that line of play if he had figured it out already. Yes, Al, thank you for pointing out. I am doing some voice commentary. I appreciate all your hard work. Well, Bakke is off, so we have liftoff. The Queen of Diamonds has been played. Declare pitches a spade, as does West. I'm not entirely sure why West is holding on to that 5 of clubs, but maybe West is just being hopeful. And now we're right back in the tank once again. I feel like they have earned the ability to take some time. Now, obviously, East-West are not going to be happy about this because Bakke paused for 5 minutes at trick 1. It probably wasn't that long, but 3 minutes at trick 1. He paused for another 2 minutes at a later point in play after winning the second club. Then he paused for another 7 minutes or so after cashing that second diamond. Now he's cashed the third diamond and he's thinking again. There does come a point when you're just taking too long on a hand and you have to make a decision. Oh my god. I can't talk to the table. Here. So I think Declare can get away with this play of the 10 of diamonds. He pitches a spade. And it looks like he is planning to continue another diamond, setting up his long diamond. So there goes the 4 of clubs. Now obviously if he's ever gives up a spade trick, Declare does have the last 2 hearts in dummy, or 2 red suit tricks in dummy. So his best chance is to switch to hearts here. Or cash the spade ace and then switch to hearts. But it looks like West has pitched too many spades. There might have been nothing that West could do. West was feeling a little bit of uncomfortable pressure on the run of diamonds. Yeah, there's the ace of spades. And then a heart switch is a good attempt. West, of course, has to duck this to leave Declare stranded in hand. But now that West still has that extra club, either North or South will take the last 2 tricks. This was a really well-played hand by Bakke, coming up with a line of play that worked against a ton of different distributions. So well done by him. Obviously, his counterpart in the other room, Matt Brown, is sitting there. It's just sipping margaritas, had his 9 tricks from trick 1, and he's already been long gone with that board. There are probably 3 or 4 boards ahead of us at this point. But nicely done to hold the imp loss to 1 on that board. On to board 26. We still got 5 boards to play. That was an exciting one, even though it didn't generate a ton of imps. McAllister has cut the lead to single digits once again. They're within 9. So on this hand, East will get to open a club. The 4 of clubs was not quite high enough, Al. I'm sorry that we didn't get to have matching dummy and declaring hands in the previous endgame. West was holding on to the 5 of clubs. Club by East. South starts with a takeout double. Not because South wants to make a takeout double of clubs, but his hand is a little bit too good for a 1 spade overcall. North has to decide how many hearts he's willing to bid. Looks like 2 hearts. Generally just showing some values, often with at least 5 hearts. So South should be able to bid 2 spades natural, which he does here. Now kind of canceling out his previous action. He no longer has a takeout double of clubs. He has a hand with 5 or more spades that was just too good to overcall 1 spade directly. So North bids 3 hearts to show some extra hearts, and that probably fetches a raise from South, although he might think about trying 3 no trump instead. Nope. He decides to bid 4 clubs. Looks like a Q bid in support of hearts. I mean, South is looking at a lot of aces and kings for this action, and a partner who presumably has some values over there for the 2 heart bid. Little does South know that North is a bit shy in the high card count, just 5 highs. But they do manage to get to the 6-2 heart fit after all. Other table took 11 tricks in this contract. This seems a likely result here as well, with the spades splitting. Declare should be able to ruff the spade suit good and eventually get back to South's hand with the king of diamonds as an entry, would be my guess. King of clubs lead. I don't think Declare is going to spend a lot of time messing around, just pull trumps. He does so quickly. It's not match points. We don't need to start roughing diamonds in South's hand and play for 11 tricks. Just pull the trumps. If we need to lose 2 tricks to the ace and jack of diamonds, we will. A clever thing to do as East would be to switch to spades. I say clever, but the reason being that Declare probably could have played spades himself if he wanted to. Like if he had losers to discard, for example, like imagine if North had a singleton spade and a doubleton club as opposed to the other way around, then Declare definitely would have cashed the ace-king spades early. So switching to spades could take out an important entry to South's hand or force Declare to make a guess about the location of the spade queen immediately, if that was important. As East, we probably don't want to continue the queen of clubs, although that might depend on what West trump signals mean. The 4 of hearts, a lot of players will play trump suit preference signals, and so that 4 of hearts could look like a club, or suggesting a club continuation, which would be necessary if West started with a singleton club instead of North. But we'll see what East decides to do. 10 tricks are definitely there for the taking, but I think on a spade switch, Declare might have a little bit of hesitation about trying to go after the spade suit for extra tricks. Here it would work out great. East has the diamond ace, so the king of diamonds is an entry, the spades are splitting, you only need to ruff spades once, but with hearts splitting 4-1, if Declare is wrong and pulls 4 rounds of trumps and then goes ace, king of spades, spade ruff, now the defense might be able to tap him a couple of times and he never gets access to his long diamond tricks. That would be a risk not worth taking. All right, East decides to cash the diamond ace and now goes back to clubs. Maybe thinking that this was his best chance to beat the contract, and he could have been right. As it is, that has just made Declare's life much, much easier. The jack of clubs is set up for a diamond pitch. Both the king and queen of diamonds take tricks, so 650. We got 4 boards to play in this set. And then the players will have a bit of a dinner break. And I will be back here in just a little bit. I think they get about an hour or an hour and a half for dinner. Let me see if I can pull up the the tournament site and figure out when play will resume. And remember, we're on 30-minute delay because of the VUGraph, so if you do have the schedule, VUGraph coverage will be resuming 30 minutes after the official start time. And the official start time is 3:30 p.m. So the players themselves are also 30-minute delayed, and that tends to be due to the fact that they're behind screens. I think. Anyway, so 3:30 p.m., which means 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time is when VUGraph coverage will resume, which is actually about 2.5 hours from now. We will have a fairly long break in the middle of the day, after this match concludes. I don't believe I'm logged in as invisible. I know Al just talked about that, so if people do have questions or want to make comments or whatever on BBO, you're more than welcome to send me a private message. I know that that tends to be the way that things are done. Happy to try and respond to all questions as long as they're relevant to the game. So on this board 27, after a little bit of interference from North, sticking in that 2-heart overcall, East-West do manage to get to 4 spades. South's 2 no-trump bid is a little bit amusing. Just trying to mess with the opponent's auction a little bit. Club opening lead. I'm not that surprised by the club lead, but many players will swear away from leading shortness if they have what looks like might be a natural trump trick. And especially given the 2-heart preempt, you might expect North to have, or North to not have the spade queen. But club opening lead goes to the ace. Oh, you know what it was? I bet the 2 no-trump bid showed clubs. They play like transfers over basically every double. That's probably what was going on. And that's maybe also why North decided to lead a club, as opposed to that nice heart sequence. Declare is swiftly off, and he's not really going to get in too much trouble on this hand. But I wonder if he should have been a little bit more worried about bad trump splits or potentially bad diamond splits. Like if South was able to cash the diamond or the spade queen here, and then diamonds broke poorly, was Declare gonna have some difficulty in making this? It looks like maybe. Obviously, he's a little bit afraid of the potential for that club rough that we were talking about earlier, with clubs likely being 6-1 on this auction. So I understand the desire to pull trumps immediately. But with diamonds splitting, and I mean especially with South not being able to pull a 3rd round of trumps, there really isn't much that can go wrong from here for Declare. He's going to lose the king of clubs, lose the queen of trumps, and that will be the end of it. Bakke does now get to go into his meditative pose once again. Oh no! Al tells me that Kibbs can't chat to me. Jeez. Well, man, I really apologize. I guess, so is it actually true that I need to put something in my profile to allow kibitzers to talk with me? That seems a really strange feature, but I admit that I have not been doing this for a long time on BBO. Let me quickly try and make an update. All right, I wonder if that has fixed anything. We'll find out in just a minute. So apologies if everyone was trying to like yell at me for, yes, I can see you. Thank you for the test. Perfect. Awesome. Wonderful. We're back. Thank you for confirming specs. So South does cash the club king, king of diamonds and a diamond ruff, and there's absolutely no problem for declarer. Even if diamonds were 4-2 from here, he has plenty of entries to collect. $420, but still one imp going the way of Rosenthal. It is now back to a double-digit lead. 3 boards to go. So we saw East being a little bit aggressive with his 2 diamond openers, and we do know East-West do play a weak 2 diamonds. I wonder if West will elect to open 2 diamonds with this hand. It's not exactly the same quality of hand as we saw on board board 18, the 3rd board of the set. That's the one. But it does have a 6 diamond. The big downside is you might miss a heart fit with that 4-card major. So West does decide to pass. North opens a no trump. Apparently good 14 to a bad 18. They're doing their best to expand their no trump range because they love opening a no trump. I think most bridge players love opening a no trump, myself included. 3 clubs by South. I mean, this could be a very interesting auction. I haven't looked through the notes of this North-South partnership. I'm sure they're available online somewhere. Puppet would be a little bit of a weird choice because normally you wouldn't do that with a 5-card major. But depending on how you adjust your puppet system, yeah, maybe. Lots of people think it's puppet. I'm sure it is. So they probably have a way to get back to a 5-3 spade fit if North doesn't have 5 hearts, and it looks like that's what's going on now. 3 clubs, 3 diamonds. Denying a 5-card major from North. 3 hearts. Looks like it is showing spades. Oh, you know, it's also possible that North-South or South is looking to play in a 5-4 spade fit, but wants to play 3 no trump opposite only 3-card support. That could be his choice. So that would totally explain the auction. I don't know why I thought something weird was happening. that makes a lot of sense. Why would I ever question Bake's decision to bypass the 5-3 spade fit? Possibly. Four clubs looks like a cubid to me. North does have 4 key cards in the spade suit. So South hasn't promised that he only has 10 highs or a minimum game force. I'm not sure what the 4 diamond bid is all about from south. So maybe something else is going on here. Maybe they're playing some sort of keycard type bid, or like optional keycard. I've never played optional keycard, so I can't claim to be an expert on it, but I am not familiar with what 4 clubs and 4 diamonds would mean. Like, to me, 4 clubs looked like a Q bid, North just showing a complete maximum with a spade fit. But after this 10 of clubs opening lead, trumps are 2-2, and the King of Hearts is onside. Declare will end up with 12 tricks, which is the same that was made in the other room and no trump. So, another push board in this set. Wow, we were off to such a promising start for an exciting set of boards, and then it's just, I mean, other than board 25, where I think Bakke might get ridden up for one of the best played hands of the event so far, the past 4 or 5 boards have been much flatter. Maybe less exciting to spectators, who knows? I wonder if the other table ended up having a little bit of an accident. No, they didn't. West was able to open 3 diamonds in front of the strong hand in North. And so North-South never found their spade fit in the other room. They kind of quickly got to 4 no trump on an aborted slam invite auction. Declare plays the club to the king. I think probably just to check if the club suit is splitting. But now he'll probably face his hand and claim, asking about the King of Hearts. Or just cross to the Ace of Clubs and take the heart finesse. That's also a pretty quick way to end the play. Eventually. It does look to me as if, despite a little bit of slowness in this room, the other room's done. So the other room has already completed this segment of play. They're just eagerly waiting to compare and then rush off to grab some food. This match still seems to be well ahead of some of the other matches in play. I'm surprised that this hand was played out all 13 tricks. I wonder why Bakke decided to play out all 13 tricks there. I don't know. Yeah, Al does pointed out something good to mention, which is that because we're on 30-minute delay, we can't like directly interact with the VuGraph operator and get a lot of information about what's going on at the table in real time. The VuGraph operator should be able to like type in their own chat and tell us if there's some sort of important table action happening. I don't know if they've been instructed to do that or not. Or look, we are thrilled that we're able to actually watch the event being played. So I don't want to push the VuGraph operators too hard. They're doing a great job. But it would be nice to know if like there was a bit of a conversation about that. I mean, personally, the only times that I played hands out to trick 13 are either if like there's really something going on, or if an opponent or possibly myself or something has either made a little bit of a mistake in the play, and so like I think I can gain some extra tricks by playing hands out, or wow, this is quite the auction. Maybe I should pause that thought and figure out what's happening. North opened a diamond on a 9 count. And passed partner's 1 heart bid. So clearly North is psyched, right? You would never pass when your partner's an unpassed hand. Something weird is happening, right? Because South doesn't have 4 hearts. Hold on. I thought North-South generally played natural. Oh, everyone thinks that South opened a diamond, that North passed, South opened a diamond, and South passed a heart. That makes a ton more sense. Thank you. Yes, VuGraph operator error. So that makes a lot of sense. Once North is a passed hand and is limited, and South opens a diamond, North bids a heart, pass by South with 3-card heart support is perfectly normal. Yeah, there we go. We have reset the board, so we should see pass, a diamond by South, heart by North, and South will pass it out. I do like that West has decided not to bid. There are quite a few players I know, and I'm sure that all of you would know, maybe yourself is one of them, that would like to take a call on this West hand, and I think you should definitely avoid doing that, because you can get into a lot of trouble when you have no distribution, and especially when you have length in the opponent's suits, like the diamond suit here. Looks like we have a little bit of some technical difficulties. I wonder if we're just going to see a result entered and then move on to the next board. Let's think for a second about what could happen in a heart. Normally, against 1-level contracts, you want to be leading trumps, since the opponents had the opportunity to play in no trump, unless you have a strong reason not to. The opponents had the opportunity to play in no trump and did not. And on a trump lead from East, which does not look that attractive, Declare would end up making, it looks like, 4 hearts, 3 clubs, and probably either a spade or a diamond trick. Maybe. So 1-no trump making 5 in the other room was a massive result for North-South and the McAllister squad, which means they'll probably pick up a couple of imps here. But 1 heart will definitely make. All right, operator is just trying to catch up with the play. 1 heart, all passes, not the auction. We got the 10 of clubs opening lead from East. Probably more reasonable than a trump, honestly. And there's 9 trigs. So 2 imps go the way of McAllister. Hopefully we get to see board 30. I'm excited to see the conclusion of this set. But McAllister has battled back. Currently where things sit, they're only down by 8 going into the dinner break. Two passes go around to West, who opens a diamond in 3rd seat. North gets to make a takeout double with their 16 count. I think a lot of players as East might choose to show the 4-card spade suit with that distribution, if you can. The fact that your opponent has made a takeout double doesn't mean that they have 4 cards in both majors. So East-West might be able to get in the way of North-South's auction if they find a spade fit, which they have here. But East decides to be a little bit more conservative, which is understandable, given that he doesn't have a diamond fit, at least. South is able to bid a no trump over the takeout double with the diamond stopper. North finds a raise. And I wonder if South is going to take this into 3 now. It's a not vulnerable game. Some of their values are a little bit questionable, like the diamond queen specifically might never take a trick if West doesn't lead the suit himself. But he does have some nice length, especially in the club suit. And the queen of spades is actually likely to be a useful value, given his partner's takeout double. So with all the good work that McAllister had done in this set to battle their way back, it looks like they'll still win the segment, even if 3 no trump makes here, which it looks like it might. But they are going to drop a non-vulnerable game swing on this last board. Declare has a bit of work to do. I mean, it's not as simple as just set up the diamond suit and claim. I feel as if that's probably going to be Declare's plan. But Declare might try and run the 9 of diamonds, for example, playing West for the 10. That would not go well. Communication, again, is a little bit tricky between the 2 hands. So you don't have an infinite amount of time to just chip away at the diamond suit, knock out, all of the ace, king, 10 of diamonds, and if the suit splits 4-2, you can collect your 2 tricks eventually. The only entries you have to your hand are the king of clubs and the queen of spades. Note that you can't use both the king, queen of clubs because that would blow a club trick. So maybe an alternative to going after diamonds is to play on the heart suit. If Declare is able to score 2 heart tricks with, for example, the ace of hearts on side and the suit 3-3, then they'll be able to come to 2 hearts, 3 spades, and 4 clubs without even needing diamonds. I think Declare will make this, although it's going to be a bit dicey. Certainly if he starts out by leading a low diamond to the jack at trick 2, he's going to be in great shape. But there's going to come this challenge where he leads hearts up and he's going to need to guess that West started with queen jack of hearts. Again, just due to limited entries, he might not have it available to him to lead a heart to the 10, which would be the normal way to play this heart combination. Yeah, he leads the 8 of diamonds at trick 2. Oh, and West flies the king. Oh my. Well, no one is going to be... Declare is going to be happy with the way that trick went, but I don't think either defender will be. A second spade comes. One problem Declare has is he needs to decide what to pitch from his hand on this trick. If diamonds are 4-2, then he probably needs to pitch a heart. But if diamonds are 5-1, which I think is pretty likely given that 10 of diamonds dropping, he can afford to pitch a diamond here. Okay, he pitches a heart. Probably cashes the jack of diamonds now to just make sure that he gets that trick in. And West definitely needs to duck this. East feeling a little bit of pressure. Decides to let go that 5th club, which honestly could have been an important card. I think we have the potential for a very unusual end position to arise, depending on how the hand plays out. If Declarer cashes 4 clubs, he ends up stranding the king of spades. And so what could end up happening is he leads a heart. If it goes heart, jack, king, ace, and another heart back to the queen, West can exit from the ace, 7, 6 of diamonds, sticking Declarer in hand, and scoring the last 2 diamond tricks. And if Bakke is a good sport at that point, he'll give West a beer. Win the 6 of diamonds with the 9 and exit the queen of diamonds to allow West to score the 7. I think Declarer still has chances to make this. If he picks up the heart suit. I mean, I think it's pretty unlikely that he's going to pick up the heart suit. I'm pretty sure he's just going to play heart, and it's going to go jack, king, ace. But if he leads a heart now and it goes jack, low, low, well, West can continue a heart to his partner's ace, and then a club comes in, and we get to the same end position, right? West is eventually going to score 2 diamond tricks from there. So as long as the defense is careful at this point, they can always beat him. It's not so easy, though. Like, if Declarer continues the queen of diamonds, will West know that he should now take the diamond ace and return diamonds, setting up a trick because he has a heart entry in his hand? That's not so clear. But that might be the only way to beat the contract. Yeah, now the 9 of diamonds comes. And I think the only way for West to beat this might be to go ace of diamonds, diamond. I guess that's not entirely true. Again, the ace of hearts is offside. There's not much Declarer can do with that card being poorly positioned, but Bakke probably expects the ace to be onside, especially given East's lack of a response to his partner's opening bid. So West could set up a diamond trick for himself. He could actually set up the 10 of spades for his partner. And that would be the 5th defensive trick. these youngsters, so I know West is a youngster, trying to preserve that 7 of diamonds in every hope that he can score a beer on the hand. It seems hard to imagine that the 7 of diamonds will take the last trick. Yeah, I mean, obviously Declare at this point is just banking on the King of Hearts or taking a trick, and he's going to be very disappointed that it did not. Well, the 7 of diamonds does get cashed, down 1. 6 imps go the way of McAllister, though, so the match is very close. McAllister wins this segment by 14. They're trailing by 2 in the match still. But that is going to wrap up our second quarter coverage. We will be back in about 2 hours with the start of play for the third quarter. So go grab some food, take a bit of a break, and we'll see you back in just a little bit. Thanks for watching. All right, Twitch chat and YouTube chat. Hello. Almost hello. Hold on. I promise I exist. There. I'm back. Great. Well, we did have a prediction. McAllister ended up winning this segment. Even though they're not leading in the match, but congrats to all the McAllister bettors in the chat. Enjoy your hard-earned points. I'm gonna take a break for lunch for sure. I guess I will just close down stream. I mean, I don't want to leave it open for 2 hours with nothing happening. Maybe I'll be back a little bit early, and we'll do something before the start of the third quarter. But for now, I think I'm going to take a break, get some food, and check the 800 messages I got on my phone in the meantime. Because I don't know if people were like yelling at me about commentary. I don't know. I'll look into this, but it's been good. Now I know that I have like, somehow on BBO you have to put +++ in your profile, otherwise people can't message you. What? I'm sorry, what is that? How is that possibly? I just need to check and make sure I'm not on BBO's official broadcast before I continue like slandering them. What were they thinking? Why is this the way it works? No. My friend from Colorado doesn't play bridge. He and I went to college together. Well, we did pick a real barn burner of a round. Their match to watch. I did not think this was going to be a close match, and I mean, it still might not be. Rosenthal has now played his required 2 sets, and McAllister will still be in for the next segment. So, you know, it's nice that McAllister has been able to hold things close now, but they're going to be up against 3 Norwegians and Chris Willenken, who, you know, he's a pretty good player, but he's not from Norway. Apologies, Chris, if you're watching. But yeah, so it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle for the final 2 sets of play, but we will stick with it. Anyway, start time for the VU graph will be about 2 hours from now. So thanks for tuning in on Twitch and YouTube. I am going to shut stream down for a little bit, take a break myself, and I will be back. I'll probably start up a little bit early and just talk to everyone for a few minutes before we get into the action. But hopefully I will see some of you back. I know I have a lot of European viewers who it might be starting to get late for, but probably some of you will be able to catch a little bit of the third segment. Anyway, thanks for tuning in. Hopefully everyone's enjoyed the commentary so far, and I will be back in just a couple of hours. See you then.